Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is February 3rd, YC128, and this is the Eve Universe Show. Welcome, 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 guys. Exciting day. We finally got our director's letter and our, roadmap. That's... I swore within the first 5 minutes the entire account is going to be demonetized. Please like, comment, subscribe, and consider becoming a member. Let's move on. All right, so we do have the director's letter and the roadmap for the year. I honestly was not overly excited about the idea of the roadmap, just because the last couple of years the roadmap has been very no new information-y. However, we do have some very, very interesting news. Some good, some not so good, but definitely a lot of news to talk about today. And the forums and the Reddits and all that stuff are already chittering about it. It's an exciting, exciting time. But we're going to jump into it. I was trying to get my puppy to come over, but she doesn't always like that. I tried to lure her over. I'll keep trying. Lukewarm take so far from the vid. I have not actually watched the video yet. I try to save these for being able to do it live. I did skim through some of the notes here, so we're going to go through the notes, watch the video, see what we have to see, and talk about it a little bit. Okay, so before we begin, let's jump into what exactly is going on. So EVE Online has 3 people who kind of function as like the executive producers, the top tier guys to kind of keep in mind the various aspects of the game. And that is CCP Burger over here on the right, CCP Okami in the middle, and CCP Ritati in the middle. They mentioned tinfoil beard hat, and now I'm concerned if I'm right about something. Uh-oh. We're going to have to look into that. All right, so without further ado, I think we can just jump straight into it. I think, right? I thought, uh-oh. Now I thought I had something else to talk about. Oh, we did have the Frontiers chat yesterday where we talked about that, that roadmap, but we're going to jump into EVE Online now. Bad news for Vanguard. Good news for EVE Online. Let's jump into it. Glorious Capsuleers, here we are. It's 2026, YC128, and we're midway through development of our next expansion, which we're dying to tell you about. For more details than this letter could possibly contain, check out our most recent dev chat here. So we will be watching this in a second. Hopefully they'll be reiterating over stuff. Expected news for Vanguard? I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it was expected, but spoilers. All in all, it's shaping up to be a banner year for EVE Online as an all-out war comes to LowSec and the Empires come back into focus to pull you into the conflict. But first, let's go over a little bit of 2025. It's impossible to look ahead without first acknowledging the behemoth year that was 2025 for EVE Online, which is, calling it a behemoth year is a little bit iffy. Remember, we have been throughout the entire year kind of wondering where the there is, especially with Legion. It was a very weird expansion where it did feel like it was setting up a lot of stuff, but it never, but some of it didn't actually get brought out. There is still a lot of confusion about, like, it felt like there was a feature that was supposed to come out but then wasn't ready, and then eventually gets reworked into the fractured mining sites. So I wouldn't necessarily say that 2025 was as big of a year as some of the previous couple that we've had, but either way, they're going to make the, actually, well, I don't know. Catalyst was huge. Catalyst was huge. Hey, what's up, Jeff? Either way, let's see what they have to say. It was a year of hardening the core experiences of EVE Online. We gave mining and industry some necessary love with Catalyst. Saw how quickly the meta shift with fleet-based mining and new resource strategies. With Legion, we connected job seekers and job creators across all of New Eden with freelance jobs and the introduction of ACLs. I think it's kind of telling, actually, what I was just saying about it, where usually you would walk through the year chronologically, but they put Catalyst first. It almost feels like they know that Catalyst was the popular one and Legion was kind of the one. Anyway, you took this system and expanded it wildly beyond our expectations. Last year, we also saw a huge number of Dread Barrels testing industrialists and logistical folks alike, and the collapse of Horde. Pandemic Horde is something that will be studied and written about for years to come. And who could have forgot the Dotland style 2D map? That is honestly, like, in 10 years of all of the stuff that came out this year, I think that probably the 2D map is going to be the most like, oh yeah, and then that changed. I don't know, freelance jobs could theoretically evolve into something bigger and bigger and bigger, but the 2D map was like impacted people, and like noticeably when people come back nowadays, almost every single one of them comment on the new map. Either way, for a nice recap of the carnage, betrayal, and victories, check out the most recent Pulse from the December and Scope episodes. You made this happen. We've already done both of those in previous videos, and we are happy to build on it in 2026. Catalyst seemed like content that was supposed to be in Legion but wasn't ready for Legion to come out. Yes, it looked like Legion was basically the setup and Catalyst was the delivery, which isn't unheard of. As we pointed out before, like Viridian was kind of a setup. The winter expansions are often the most impactful. Meanwhile, me, a weirdo who learned the 3D map. The 3D map is actually still really good. And ironically enough, I think that the 2D map makes the 3D map more effective because you can swap between them fine. Like, it makes the entire map more functional, including the usage of 3D map, because when you switch to it, you get different information. Let's get right to it. This year's director letter can be summed up with 2 commitments. Over the next 3 expansions, we are going to elevate faction warfare into a war with real stakes and pull new players into the fight with purpose from day 1. Let's dive in. So already, hey, what's up, Ragtag? Yes, you are. Okay, already, like, this is huge for me. Like, I don't want to like overstate it, but like so much of this director's letter is like, hey, by the way, Ashtarothi, everything that you used to say back in 21-22, we're doing it, right? Like back in 2017, when they were redoing the NPE and stuff, you know, I would advocate faction warfare to be a great place for newer players to get into. CCP even agreed, but CCP Hilmar told me that it was a day 30 kind of thing. Eventually, obviously, there was a huge faction warfare revamp, but, you know, this idea that we're going to focus on being able to get players involved from day 1 into faction warfare, or at least getting involved in faction stuff, I think is a critical thing because it gives direction for those who want it. Yes, EVE Online is majorly a sandbox, and people are supposed to create their own kind of path in things, but giving them paths to choose from is how we get there, right? You don't, by adding this functionality to allow people to engage more with the factions, they can choose to do that, or they can choose to not do that. Without having the factions doing anything, then there's no choice there. You can say, oh yeah, do whatever you want. Okay, well, but I want to help the president get reelected. Oh, you can't do that. That's not actually a thing, right? So like, a sandbox is more of a sandbox. The game is more open when there are more options of things to do, even if you don't necessarily want to do them. After 3 years of playing, I still have not touched much of the game, only Abyss and mining and level 1 missions. I still have no idea how to fit what ships or to use without a guide. Jamestown, I just recently put out some really good fitting videos that help teach not only what fits are good, but more importantly, like the logic of fitting. So you can go check those out. To be fair, we kind of knew this was coming. There were those slides in Vanguard presentation that made it look like they intended to use faction warfare as a template for future integration and soft changes. That's not what I'm talking about, Jeff, when it came to Vanguard news. Although we do see some of that in this. But basically, I'll talk about what I thought, or what I used to say about this stuff when we get to it. So here is our roadmap. Normally I pull up the last year's roadmap to see, like, look at how little has changed. You know, the first roadmap that they gave a few years ago felt like it was like full of stuff. Speaking of which, where's the new API stuff? Where's the new Eve Excel stuff? Either way, but we do actually have a couple of interesting things on this roadmap. We have the normals, Capsuleer Day, the 2 expansions, Crimson Harvest, Winter Nexus. I'm disappointed because there was a small piece of me that in my heart of heart, I was hoping for the return of the Eve or the factions holidays, like each of their Foundation Day, et cetera, Liberation Day, those celebrations and their events that were tied to it, Resource Wars. We've talked about these a few times. I was quietly hoping for those to reappear, but we do not see those. What I do find very interesting, and we'll go into it later, this is the bad news, I guess. This is the negative news, and we'll look at the details of it later. We've been saying for a while, ever since last FanFest, that Vanguard is supposed to go live as like open beta by the summer. And this has been, every time anybody talks to me about what's going to happen in the lore, well, we got to get Bastions by the summer because it's got to be, built up by the summer. Well, we will see later on that there is a little bit of a bad news with that. The rolling out of the big version of Vanguard has been delayed through 2026. So instead, we have this world event and we have this play test in Q4. So that's what Vanguard has become, right? Other exciting things, we do have the Gallente election in Q1. We've been kind of humming and hawing whether or not CCP is going to just move on from the Gallente election or make it into a big thing. Seems like it's going to be a big thing, so strap in. And when we read about the rest of the year, it makes a lot more sense why the Gallente elections are going to be a big thing. All of the events literally fall in my exam periods, so I can't do them, which is annoying. Maybe it's for, we'll look into it. Events are usually pretty long, like they're over a month long. Obviously Crimson Harvest is Halloween, Winter Nexus is Christmas. I mean, are you taking exams over your Christmas vacation? Because that's where most of Nexus is taking place. Capsuleer Day often does hit like in a pretty critical time because it's right there at the end of the school year. We'll see how big of a deal Capsuleer Day is this year. It comes and goes. I do not recommend looking at either of these pictures for the expansions. We've done that before, and it has bit us in the butt every single time. And Eve Evolved doesn't really tell us much. That's just their continued, anything involving graphics or sound or just betterness goes under Eve Evolved. So there we go. All right, 3 expansions, 1 saga. Things are never quiet. So, okay. People are talking about this already, where it says over the next 3 expansions, we're going to elevate faction warfare into war with real stakes and pull players into the fight with purpose on day 1. So I gotta talk about this post on Reddit because it accentuates and epitomizes every single thing I like to talk about when it comes to the player base being wrong about these sorts of things, to the point where sometimes I feel like when I talk about how people used to talk about things, I don't know if people nowadays believe me. So this is the argument that maybe go like, what year is it? So here we go. This is from the Reddit post about the director's letter. We see, this is why people were worried about CCP focusing on faction warfare for any length of time. It's because now they have been sucked into a multi-year iterative development cycle while the rest of the game stagnates and people bored. I'm just going to correct it. Bored of the 90% of the content that hasn't been touched since 2010. Faction warfare is intriguing up to a point until you realize you're fighting predominantly NPCs and player bot scripts to milk ISK and further tank the economy. The NPE is equally engaging, but don't let that fool you into thinking that we need CCP to dry hump the problem for another 6 years. The largest null-set coalition in the game, consisting of 60k plus player characters, failed cascaded in a matter of hours. And instead of the devs looking at one another and saying, quote, we really should provide them with some incentive structures and mitigate or tear down hurdles, structure timers, so that the players can hell war each other and create a new set of memories that new players can connect to the game with, i.e. BTAC-R, FWST, Casino Wars, etc. They instead take the easy route and kick the can down the road or mumble something about NFTs. We pay more now for the game than we ever have, and in return for the concept of a plan, and in return we get a concept of a plan for faction warfare, and likely a few additional columns for Eve's Salesforce freelance jobs, and a litany of other half-baked ideas that nobody wants or asked for. Okay, we're just going to break this one down, and then we're going to get back to it. Okay, ready? So, look. When CCP returned to like making big expansions, Uprising was the big expansion. And even then they said like, okay, we're going to spend the next 2 years working on this stuff. And they did. They did like Uprising, everything from Uprising to Revelation, or sorry, not Revelation, Revenant. You know, they added in insurgencies. First, they put in the changes to faction warfare. They tweaked it a little bit. Then they put in the extra layer with insurgencies. And then they kind of were good with that. And then what'd they do? What did they do? What did they do, Reddit commenter? Oh, yeah. They focused on nullsec for the next 2 years. Remember Equinox? Remember, I mean, you may not like the changes that were made. You may personally not like the changes that were made, person who clearly hasn't played the game since 2020. But like, they did. They focused on faction warfare, or sorry, they focused on nullsec almost exclusively, to the point where it almost didn't make sense. Giving nullsec the tools to build the deathless ships before giving them to the insurgents was wild to me, and yet they did it. They did a lot of things to support nullsec. They kept doing things to support nullsec. They kept a lot of the mining changes, the pre-changes to before Catalyst and even after Catalyst. All of this supports nullsec. Like it's been 2 years of nullsec or more. So like they're coming back to the empires, but like, first of all, it's not 6 years. 3 expansions is a year and a half at best. So like, wow. Second of all, faction warfare is intriguing up until the point that you realize that you're fighting predominantly NPCs and player bot scripts to milk ISK and further tank the economy. What are you doing in nullsec? What are you doing in nullsec? You are ratting, killing NPCs. You're mining, killing NPC rocks and NPCs. And you're going after ratters and miners, which, if we want to be just as cynical as you are, guess what? If you can say all of those faction warfare dudes are botting, I can tell you all of those Ishtar ratters are botting. So all you're doing is killing NPCs and botters. You know where there are a lot of active players too? Faction warfare. We've been showing that off for the last couple of weeks. Faction warfare is a great place to get content. We got in less than an hour, we had 3 fights, all with, as it turns out, real human beings. We were able to tell that because we talked to them. One of them was a streamer, etc., etc. Like, you're just demonstrably wrong. But the piece of this that I find the most stunning and interesting is this third piece, because this is something that I see from nullsec all the time, where it's like, okay, nullsec wanted their empire building. And so the problem is that when it's all about resources, it's worth more to spend your time defending your resource gathering and building up your resource gathering functionality than it is attacking your enemy's infrastructure. Attacking your enemy's infrastructure doesn't get you anything, but it does cost you things. And so when it's just about progress, you're going to want to turtle. And that's what we saw. That's what we saw from 2016 to 2019. To the point where players were complaining about stagnation and demanding that CCP give them more conflict drivers. And then guess what? They did. You know what? Things like filaments, things like ESSs, things like skyhooks, like it or not, they're conflict drivers. And the weirdest part about this is it's like, okay, well, the hurdle to fighting is structure timers. Look. Tell me a game that has a open world PvP scenario that doesn't use timers. Do you want people to just show up and burn your stuff whenever? No. The whole point is that There's an established setup time where everybody can get ready, and then there's the fight. That's how you get big fights. What are you talking about? Timers are the way you get big fights, not... yeah, check Warlock Industries. Null is in conflict pretty regularly. There's been so much conflict in nullsec recently. Anyway, like, structure timers aren't going to be... structure timers are not your friction, okay? If anything, they are... What do you want CCP to do to create conflict drivers? What do you mean by a conflict driver in nullsec? It's a player-driven thing. Your conflict should be, I don't like them, and so I'm going to hurt them. But you know what, nullsecers? That wasn't fucking good enough for you. So you need things to fight over. Great. You want to fight over things? There needs to be a scheduled time to be able to fight over it in order for everyone to be able to actually have the fight. Hence the timers. The only other... You know what's funny? There is an exception to this. There is a place where PvP is a thing. There are lots of active fighting of all levels in which there is no, like, timers for fights. You know where that is? Faction warfare. Exactly. Faction warfare. No, faction warfare. Because think about it. I want to win. I want to control this system. I want to control this system. In nullsec, I can control that system by setting my timers and then ensuring that my forces are always ready to go during those timers. But if I want to do that in faction warfare, I don't get timers to protect me. I'm not talking about like the King of the Hill timers per site. I'm not talking. I'm saying that there's not going to be a time where it's like, okay, well, at 12 o'clock, if I spend 2 hours fighting, I will save the system for the next, week or whatever. That's not a thing. Faction warfare requires round-the-clock coverage if you're going to make successful moves in progress, right? Like, it is a round the clock experiment in like open world PvP. It's exactly what you are asking for while you are in the same post shitting on it. This is the thing. This is why I got so big into podcasting and covering this stuff all the way back in 2014, because I saw nullsecers complaining about the game, and the very things that they're asking for is in faction warfare, all while they are shitting on faction warfare. You want small gangs? Faction warfare. You want solos? Faction warfare. You want newbie friendly? Faction warfare. You want to be able to fight and make money? Faction warfare. You don't like that? Suck it. You want to be a big empire with your safe things and thousands of players and being able to rat for hours at a time without being able to have to pay attention to it because you've got a whole Intel program and capital umbrella? Great. That's a world too. You want to live in the city? Go live in a city. Go be in a nullsec group. Make your fortune. That's fine. I've said that for years. You want to go make your fortune? Move to Rome and live in Rome. That's fine. You want to have all of this scrappiness? Guess what? Faction warfare is the best way to do it. So this is so insane to me. Like, and what's great about this is they are complaining. What I love about this sentence. Hold on, let me see what I'm missing. Removing structure timers would be a disaster for people not in ideal time zones compared to Europe and the USA, where most of the player base is compared to Australia, for example. Anyone crying about structure timers would cry even harder once they're removed. Yep. They need to add module ship deployables that can shut off asset safety to stop the mentality of, oh, we hit hull, just better give up and collect our assets later. Get rid of super capitals in asset safety. Null doesn't want conflicts. They want to sit on their hordes of dragons. No, they want conflicts, but they want victories, right? They wanna dunk on their enemies. As a null player for years, you're wrong about the relative safety of nullsec ratting in general. I'm not okay. You're right. I will be willing to take. I got a little excited. I'm not going to say that nullsec ratting is safe, but my point is that like the whole point of the nullsec operations, the whole goal of the actual nullsec empire, the alliances, is to create that safe environment, or as safe of environment as they can. That's why they build super capital umbrellas. That's why they build intel networks, not whether or not that's why they get mad at things like filaments and wormholes, because the objective of the alliance as an organization is to create a sphere of influence, which for their members becomes a sphere of safety for their activities. Okay, so I'm not saying it is 100% safe. What I'm saying is that that's their goal, is to make it as close to that as possible. So I'm just saying, like, if that's the lifestyle that you want, if you want to be part of this big organization that are doing big things, nullsec is absolutely there for you. But realize that they, like, survival is one of their primary concerns, not necessarily making things exciting for you. Now, the other thing about this that I find wild is the fact that this, let me just read this sentence again. The largest nullsec coalition in the game, consisting of 60,000 characters, fail cascaded in a matter of hours, and instead of the devs looking at one another and saying, we really should provide them with incentive structures to mitigate or tear down hurdles for the players, so the players can hell war each other and create a new set of memories that new players can connect with, they instead take the easy route and kick the can down the road or mumble something about NFTs. I haven't gone through the entire video yet, but I'm gonna put money. I'm gonna put money. If this guy, if whoever this guy is, happens to be reading my stuff or watching my stuff, and there is any mention of NFTs in the video or in the blog that we're about to watch, I will send you 500 plex. I don't care. You're wrong. I think that you're wrong. But that's not even the thing that I find interesting here. Let's look at the assumption. Let's look at the logic behind hold on, what people are talking. Asset safety is super important, as removing it will pretty much kill any structures in high sec except for the part of the big block. Like I said, super capitals in asset safety is the big problem, as a majority of players aren't from the time zone compared to player base, so removing the timers would cause mass destruction by players within that time zone is offline. Yep. But again, so like this goes back to in faction warfare, you know what my number one thing when I'm a leader in faction warfare, like my meta problem that I'm trying to solve? Time zone coverage, right? Yeah. My organization was really strong in US, really weak in EU. We were constantly trying to figure out how to augment our capabilities in EU because that was our point of vulnerability. Yeah, you're going to have to start, and it caused us to make new friends. It caused me to learn a basic amount of French. It caused me to like all kinds of things because we needed that coverage. So in the same way, like if they weren't protected by time zones, you've got to do something to fix that. Now, are there problems? Absolutely. Is it bad that an organization that actively is a US or a time zone organization can set their timers to AU because they're betting that the enemy is also finding that at crappy time? Absolutely. Should there be some sort of fix to make it so timers are more determined by actual activity versus just time zone tanking? Maybe. Like, that's something to be said. Should we return to something like Straunt, where the timer isn't quite as locked in, but is a cooperative thing between the amount of defenses that the defenders have put in versus what the attacker did, or when the attacker attacked? Like, that could be interesting. You could make timers more dynamic and interesting or uncontrollable in various different ways, but the timer itself is not the problem. Could you just hire mercs to deal with timers? Hell yeah. Every person's need is another person's opportunity. But here's the thing that gets me about this. They're framing this statement as a bad thing, right? This sentence implies that the fail cascade of Horde was a problem that CCP should fix, right? They said, okay, well, why didn't they look at this and go, we should really change something because this is wrong, right? Like, congratulations. The largest alliance fail cascade in history, that's exciting. That's news. Arguably, that's the kind of thing that all of this is about. Now, you could argue that it's further consolidation or whatever, but there has, like, that's completely ignoring the fact that new opportunities have also sprung out from this, right? That's 60,000 characters all looking for new homes. That's regions that have been transformed by various different organizations, including creating opportunities for smaller groups to begin to create their own, you know, niche in the world. The fact that this big thing happened isn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, CCP should be looking at that and being like, wow, breaking up null blocks is actually not a bad idea. How can we cause more of this. I'm not saying that they should cause more of this, but I'm saying like you could easily make the argument that horde cascading was a boon for CCP, not a bad thing. Now, but also like horde didn't fail cascade because of a lack of incentive structures and because of the hurdles of timers. Horde was on the precipice of being invaded by the Imperium, right? And the Imperium has spent ever since World War B2 has been spent their time rebuilding, but then going after their enemies from World War B2. And Horde is one of those forces. They've been working to disrupt them, tear them apart, etc. this entire time. And let's be frank, Horde's leadership has sucked for a very long time. Right? The very person who caused this fail cascade was also involved with the catastrophe that was the end of the World War B2 scenario. So the fact that all of this happened is almost like a consequence of everything that's been happening for the last 5 years for the first part. This is players being bad and being bad to each other, causing this to happen. But more importantly, like this was that very thing. This is additional incentives. This is you know, a sign of those catastrophes. BTAC-R, FWST, Casino Wars, these are all the same kind of event as what happened with the fail cascade of Horde. Obviously, the conclusions are a little bit different, but like you really are like saying, because so I guess you didn't say M2, ironically enough, you said BTAC-R. BTAC-R caused some fail cascades. M2 caused CO2 to fall apart. Like, this is just the way that these things go. And so to point this out as if it's a bad thing, you're like, you should focus on nullsec, because nullsec does interesting things, like the giant explosion of Horde. Also, the giant explosion of Horde was bad, and CCP should prevent that somehow by eliminating timers, which would have helped the invaders, which Horde was afraid of being invaded, which is why they got collapsed. You see what I'm saying? How dare see? Yeah, what did you want? You want CCP to Yeah, exactly. Well, CCP arguably did intervene by giving them better asset safety. People didn't like that either. So there's a lot going on with this post. I wanted to share this with you guys because when I talk about the way people talk about faction warfare, I feel like some of you don't believe me. So here we go. This is a perfect example of the kind of that I'm talking about, okay? So this is what we're fighting against. This is what we're trying to get past, okay? Let's get back to the director's letter. Let's get back to what's actually happening. Okay. Horde dying coincided with the concurrent server pop going from an average, going up by an average of 5 to 10K. It's exciting. Yeah, this arguably things like the fail cascade of Horde is the reason why EVE Online is such an interesting game. You know what isn't interesting? A bunch of ratting. A bunch of like no-name timers. Even the latest like dropping of the structures, and then like the one that we showed off where it's like they drop a structure and you formed, like that shit's boring compared to a complete fails cascade and all the chaos that comes out of that. I digress. Okay, let's get back to faction warfare with real stakes. Ooh. Because I'm so excited for this because it feels like everything I used to say about what they should do to faction warfare is coming. So let's look into this. We're never quiet in New Eden. Somewhere, someone is always on the edge of war. It is possible to ignore it, but ultimately war shapes everything. Economy, politics, borders, relations, and stories that... Hold on. There we go. Relations and stories. That constant motion is what makes EVE feel alive, and is exactly the energy we want to lean into. Over the next 3 expansions, we're going all in on theaters of war. That was one of the pillars of their development that they've been talking about recently. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so, but also, this is about a faction. Hold on, I hear my dog doing stuff, and I want to double check that she's not destroying something. She is absolutely destroying stuff, but I don't have time to deal with that right now, so consider becoming a member or super chatting or something so I can get new stuff. No, I'm just joking. Okay, so yeah, this is less about, like, this is what I was talking about when it came to the last faction warfare, which is that what we need is faction involvement that might be tangential to faction warfare, but doesn't necessarily involve just the literal mechanics of faction warfare, right? So, either way, over the next 3 expansions, we're going all out in Theater of War, expanding factional warfare, and formalizing military campaigns. This is what I've been talking about since even before the last faction warfare changes. I said that we need campaigns, which is effectively like the example I gave, actually, ironically enough, to give an idea as to how long I've been preaching this. My idea originally was that Rodin... not Agard, but Rodin would want to recapture Intaki, right? This is back when Intaki was in faction warfare and Rodin was the president. But like, you know, Rodin wants to take back Intaki. So for the next 2 weeks, we're going to fight over Intaki, and all of that gets recorded. All of that gets, you know, the rewards are doubled during that area, or like, you know, the rewards are increased in that area in order to you know, incentivize it. The idea is that it's to create a short-lived campaign that players who normally don't necessarily engage in faction warfare might engage with it in that point in time, just for that window of time, for whatever reason. So you can give, like, the idea would be you build up a report where there's a breakdown of everything that happened during that campaign, who gained what points. There's a leaderboard during that time, and there are special rewards for participants that are only achievable by participating in that particular campaign. And so if you want to get those rewards again, you might need to wait until another similar campaign also involves Intaki or something like that, to give people this, like, interesting idea of, like, where we're going. Now, we saw things like the Othanoon campaign was, in my opinion, one of the closest things to what I've described in the past, but even that wasn't like fully fleshed out or established. But that's what I have been talking about when it comes to military campaigns since like before 2019. All right, so let's see how well CCP has grokked that idea. Oh shoot, I can't use that word anymore, can I? All right, is military campaigns going to be a new thing, or are they just making something formal? That's what we're going to look into it. As a core part of EVE's future, these won't be isolated battles, but living conflicts with clear arcs, goals, escalations, resolutions, unfolding across a single connected narrative over time. This represents a shift of how we build EVE. Big ambitions will no longer be something we rush to finish in 6 months, but rather ideas we introduce, build upon, and refine over several expansions. The result is clear direction, stronger continuity, and the ability to tackle more complex systems. TLDR, we are chasing big ideas with real follow-through. It almost certainly will involve NPC fleets. That almost seems like the minimum. War leaves its mark across all of New Eden. Theaters of war is not limited to the front lines of low security space. The Empire Wars are felt across high sec and low sec alike. So already we can be like, okay, this is not just faction warfare stuff. Just as in player corporations, conflicts should create opportunities for all playstyles to contribute. Fighting, industry, logistics, resource gathering, all support and support all matter, whether you're on the edge of the battlefield or deep within your home territory. Military campaigns are designated as storytelling tools. Each one has a beginning, a middle, and an end. They create a moment worth committing to, outcomes worth fighting for, and histories worth remembering. This is not about simplifying war or making it safer. It's about making conflict more meaningful and consequential so that more people can understand where they stand, how they can contribute, and why individual actions matter. Yes, even those of new capsuleers. So, what does this mean? There's a couple of implications that I can see already. First of all, could this be the return of resource wars? Absolutely. That's an easy. Yeah. Let's go back to that roadmap. So the very first thing involving the empires, this election is going to get a lot spicier, guys. I think that that's one of the very first things that we can lead into, right? Because the idea is that a campaign is like a story that leads to conflict between the empires that can spread across faction warfare, but also into HiSec. One of the things, by the way, like a crazy idea that I thought of was like a system on the border might suddenly become low-sec and become like a faction warfare system for a period of time. And then when that time is over, it goes back to being HiSec again, but now it's owned by whoever owned that system, right? You know, like any given HiSec system is owned by the Gallente or owned by the Caldari or whatever. What if you could change the permanent ownership of a HiSec system while they are vulnerable to these strikes, right? That would be a cool idea. But the idea is that, like, so this Gallente election, who knows? Maybe the person who becomes elected during the Federation, or, you know, becomes more warmongering. What if the Caldari decide to attack the Gallente while they are vulnerable? What if the Gallente descends into civil war? These are all stories that we have previously believed could not necessarily be told because of the static nature of the universe. Whereas now, like that, this is basically exactly the kind of things that they're talking about, right? But yeah, the battle for Luminaire for realsy. And that's pretty cool. Gallente won't have an empire after a few campaigns. Now, this actually reminds me of Homefronts, right? When Homefronts came out, when faction warfare was being redone originally, during like the uprising expansion in that era of time, and even then Homefronts were said that they were designed to be kind of testing that kind of content, but B, there was already then kind of this dream to like expand the idea of faction warfare, so that way it's no longer just about fighting over plexes, but there might be other activities that have to be done even in other areas of space to augment faction warfare, right? Eventually, a lot of this just kind of became the advantage system. But even back then, they always talked about the fact that wouldn't it be cool if like delivering things to the command outpost system will cause advantage, you know, things. What if running sites in HiSec will cause certain things in faction warfare? And as I've said before, what if like your status in faction warfare affected things like tax rates or fees within that empire? You know, if the empire needs to up their reward because they're losing in faction warfare, they may need to take that from the economy of HiSec, right? So yeah, it's black with a Q, by the way. So here's the thing. I now believe, based on this post, that resource wars might be, not resource wars, Homefronts might not be long for the world. I think that a big piece of this will likely be an iteration, at the very least, of resource wars. Not resource, I keep saying resource wars, Homefronts, to be potentially one step closer to where this is supposed to be. I don't know how many of the sites would get reworked or something, but perhaps tying them closer to other mechanics rather than just being a thing to run might be interesting. But especially with the Gallente presidential election directly calling out one of the Homefronts, it leads me to think that likely it will. Yeah, we're going to get to the video. I'm doing this all first. I think that they likely could revamp, rework, retool Homefronts, maybe get rid of some, maybe change some, and this is kind of what some of these pieces are going into. All right, 3 expansions, 1 saga. We already talked about that. War leaves its mark across New Eden. Theaters of war are not limited to the front lines or low security space. The Empire Wars are felt across high second, low second light. Just as in player corporations, conflicts should create opportunities for all playstyles to contribute. Fighting, industry, logistics, gathering. Wait, we already read that one. Going solo, you are not alone. EVE is a social game, even when you play it alone. But breaking the barrier of social play is hard, especially for new capsuleers. For many pilots, solo flying is simply the starting point. We're going to make it a good one. I've also said that faction warfare is one of the best places for this, right? Because you can get in as a solo pilot. You can do all of the content as a solo pilot, but also there's the militias. So you can find a home for yourself if that's a place that you want to do to commit deeper. You can get involved with the organizations that are also committed to faction warfare and kind of deal with the meta game of faction warfare, which is also extremely interesting from like a corporate or alliance like leadership point of view, when you start worrying about like ownership of specific systems instead of just like succeeding in like plexes or fights. All right. This year, we're going to be focusing on giving new players, especially solo and low confidence pilots, clear purpose and meaningful agency from day one. Military campaigns are the foundation of that experience, a way for pilots to take on contracts from rival empires and immediately become part of something larger than themselves. So you're going to be open up the thing and see, okay, well, the Caldari are asking me to strike this thing in Gallente, so let's do that. This could be a mission rework, right? This is one of the things that a lot of people have been talking about, is that this could maybe not mission rework, but it could be basically a replacement or go alongside missions as a way of like gaining content. Faction warfare in any game is the best way to onboard players into social gameplay. It's always been that way. It is useful that like it is this kind of middle point where, yeah, ultimately the sandbox kind of is like, okay, make your own goals. Like the nullsec groups kind of have their own objectives and you're working to support your nullsec group. But like faction warfare, some people decide that they want to contribute to the NPC factions. And faction warfare has been basically the only place to validly do that. I've always wanted more. I've wanted more ways of becoming a loyal Federation supporter that has impact besides just fighting in plexes. And it looks like that's where they're working to. Aeon is all faction warfare, basically. Yeah. But again, like faction warfare mechanics in EVE are specifically good at allowing newer and solo pilots to kind of dabble in it. All right. From there, so they're going to start this year with military campaigns. From there, we want to gradually introduce complexity, risk, and opportunity, easing players from solo play to coexistence to co-play and eventually shared purpose. So what they're saying is that they're going to like have these new activities that are being brought in through military campaigns, and they're going to start with the easiest access point possible, lowest tier content possible, and then kind of work your way up to more and more complex things. Loyal trig for me, but outside of events, not easy. Right. Well, hopefully, I mean, and that's the thing about this, is that whatever they develop for this could easily be useful for other things too, right? If the Gallente can start a campaign, then there's nothing stopping Zoria from starting a campaign. So once this technology is proven out, then they can, you know, utilize in other ways. In the same way that I'm sure whatever tech that they use here is going to be an adaptation of the Drifter Crisis tech, which is an adaptation of the Invasion tech, et cetera, which by itself was actually an adaptation of Incursion tech. But either way, we have already been building the social tools to support this journey. Corporation projects, freelance jobs, and access-controlled collaboration allows players to contribute without immediate commitment. These systems act as bridges to the wider universe, helping newer players step forward in their own pace. I do think that it'd be really cool if NPCs just start seeding in their own freelance jobs and projects, so that way it's all just kind of, it all just becomes a slosh of things to do. They can use the tech for SOV warfare too. Arguably they did, but SOV is so... I mean, nullsecers are never happy. Faction warfare and structured conflict gives players purpose, urgency, and belonging. The stories that these wars create are often what convert a curious new player to a lifelong capsuleer. And the more new players we guide into factional conflict, the more we all win. And also, yeah, players that get into faction warfare are more likely to hook into players that engage with the lore, engage with the universe itself, are more likely to be to stick around, or more likely to be engaged, or more likely to come back if they do take a break or whatever, because there's something that's hooked them into it, right? War continues brewing on the ground. All right, here we go. This is Vanguard stuff. The stories, conflict, and persistence we all love and know in EVE continue and will be expanded in EVE Vanguard, where development is well underway. It's a different kind of EVE experience, but one that stays deeply connected to the universe you already know. For example, Vanguards will play a direct role in upcoming military campaigns, strengthening the bridge between ground combat and the wider conflicts in shaping New Eden. And this is actually a good idea. This is a really, really good idea because, this goes back to kind of what they've been testing with Vanguard. And, Vanguard affects things like corruption in the local insurgencies. Insurgencies are actually a really good, play test for the idea of a campaign, because an insurgency kind of is a campaign. But the problem is that they don't have the overall infrastructure on top of the insurgency to make it worthwhile, right? If each insurgency's win or loss had some sort of ramification, even if it's just a news article or even just a results page, whatever, that would go a long ways. One of the reasons why we've had difficulty getting into insurgencies is the fact that, one of the things that makes faction warfare so good is that there's skin in the game, right? The reason why, oh shit, we got to go defend Fleet. Even if we don't want to, we still got it. It keeps us involved because we care if Fleet is one way or another. And I got to work today so that way tomorrow will be better. And that goes back to that whole sandbox games, what are we doing all this for, that I've been talking about for the last week or so. Insurgencies have no skin in the game. Win or lose, everything resets in the end, right? And so that's a big piece of why even though we've actively wanted to get involved with insurgencies, it's been very difficult for us to care about insurgencies because, what's the fucking point? In 2 weeks, it's all going to be washed away anyways. So, I think that... So, at any rate, my point is that Vanguard was set up to influence the active insurgency that was going on, and that's fine, but A, insurgencies didn't really matter. B, because they were just playtesting it, Vanguard influence had to be relatively minor. And C, while there was some ways of knowing how much Vanguard was contributing, the fact that it didn't matter made it worse, but the fact that it didn't matter that Vanguard was contributing. And it was hard to even see that impact at all. You had to literally be looking for that piece of information if you wanted to know how much contribution Vanguard did. So the idea that there are campaigns, which are kind of these bespoke events that then Vanguard can actively play into, I think is a big deal, especially as they said that campaigns can have different phases. So what if there's phases that lead up to the Vanguard section, and then the Vanguard section, kind of like the race for the hives, right? You can do something in this previous phase, or Shadow Wars is actually a better example. You can do something in this previous phase that sets up the conditions for the current phase, and then the current phase is more focused on Vanguard. You do this stuff to control space, and then based on how this goes, then that changes who gets the advantages during the Vanguard stuff, right? You could make this all feel like this living thing where you go and you secure the space and then you deploy your people, and then there's some sort of consequence to that. Very much think about it, it's very much like the Othanoon campaign, right? But imagine if instead of just Caldari guys being able to siege the structure because Caldari won, what if Vanguard guys supporting the Caldari were able to go into those environments and find something new? Instead of just a video about it, we actually get to do that and go into the arcology. That would be awesome. Is that going to be ready for this year? Doubt it. But I'm just trying to get the idea of oh yeah, this is actually a really good idea, I think. Having a pirate corruption map as a secondary influence on all empires would be interesting, making them fight the empires and other pirates for influence. Do you think that they'll actually change the landscape of the empires like Galente or Caldari, taking regions away from each other? I think that they should at least experiment with it. They should at least play with it. Maybe Tash Murkon should invade Stain. We still have all of those other pieces that they seeded back then when they were preparing for this level of kind of expansion of what this is. Caldari still owns Nullsec. Tashmerkon's still ready to invade their own area of nullsec. We've got border conflicts that have been highlighted recently, everything from dread attacks to other more recent events. You know, so yeah, I think that, I mean, here's a good question. Will Intaki remain the headquarters of the Gallente? Like, I think that now is the time to make a big change that kind of breaks people's ideas about what is and isn't stable, for sure. But we'll have to see. This year, you'll also have the chance to jump into a new crossover EVE Online and Vanguard World event while continuing to explore the mysteries of Avalon, the culture of war clones, and combined arms gameplay. Could you imagine if Jita was taken over by another empire? You mean Sancha invading Jita, which is what was like promised back in Invasion Chapter 2? I mean, it wasn't specifically Sancha, but I've always joked around about the fact that it was Sancha. But like, there was that, like, there's been a couple of good teases that Jita is going to get invaded, and then it never happens. Drifters blow it up. Oh, no, I don't think that that's going to happen, just because A, it'd be technically very challenging to make that happen, but also, like, what's the point? Like, why would they do that? The players are just going to coalesce around a new Jita if that's the thing. Like, I don't know about all that. The experience is already demonstrating a look and feel that stands confidently alongside EVE Online. We'll continue to develop Vanguard with you through open and closed playtests, using your feedback to shape the experience that feels worthy of the EVE franchise. If you want to help with this evolution, join the Vanguard Discord, and we shall list the game on Steam to follow along with the latest news and tests. A note on dates. Update your calendar, as EVE Vanguard's Steam Early Access release is moving beyond summer 2026, giving us time needed to deliver a stronger, most fully realized experience for players. More news to come at FanFest. Don't miss it. So congratulations, guys. Vanguard has been delayed. All of our understanding about Vanguard coming like full-time in the summer is now thrown away. It's been delayed. In fact, that going back here, we can see, and we can pretty much be confident that we will get a big playtest late summer or, you know, early fall in Q3, and a second playtest in Q4, much like before, right? So we're going to see potentially 2 significant playtests this year, with this world event being tied directly into whatever campaign is going on at the time. I know, I'm very sad too. I'm very sad too. It does also kind of push our timeline when it comes to lore development too. Rather than just bastions in general, it does seem like we're going to be focusing specifically on Avalon and the Garden, which is like the first of the bastions. We're going to have to learn more about that later. I will say, okay, I'm going to be a little negative Nancy here for a second, because I've been like, oh my God, you're doing all the stuff I wanted you to do in Faction Warfare. Okay, guys, I'm going to point something out right here, okay, which is that, like, where is it? Nope, it's past this. We see, while continuing to explore the mysteries of Avalon. So, why don't I like this? When Zarzak was promised, or was introduced, they promised us new content as we explore the mysteries and unlock this massive structure. The whole selling point of the Fulcrum and as Zarzak was that it was this huge structure that we've only accessed a tiny piece of, and that we're going to, over time, through events and other things, help the Deathless kind of unlock the mysteries of Zarzak. In fact, the unlocking the mysteries of Zarzak is like literally a quote from the Revelations, or no, from the Havoc expansion. And I don't feel like we've actually done that. I mean, you have the Warden, for sure. And we do have, I mean, like, there has been some developments, but I don't feel like they have done any. There's been no events involving the inside of Zarzak. There has been an event outside of Zarzak, I'm so sad that they didn't make Zarzak a giant puzzle of navigating using navigators. Exactly. Like the idea of them putting sites in Zarzak that you have to warp to without being able to descan them first. This goes back to what I was saying yesterday about echoes and like how interesting the game becomes when you remove descan from the game. And yes, they still can, but I'm suspicious as soon as they start using the exact same language for the next new shiny. Like, okay, great, we're going to explore the mysteries of Avalon, but like, what happened to Zarzak? What happened to the Fulcrum? You know, what happened to, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll come into it, but I'm just going to voice my concern where it's like, ooh, a new mystery to unlock. It's like, well, okay, but if you're not following up with the previous ones, why should we believe you that there will be more to unlock and discover in this one? Or is it that next time you need something new to poke at, you're going to just create a whole nother new one and then talk about the mysteries of that one and never resolve? Remember, the one thing that CCP is pretty bad at is resolving. Yes, Zarzak does not have descan. That's my point. The one thing that CCP is actually kind of bad at is resolving things, right? So it's fun to set up mysteries, but I'm going to be like, hey, wait a minute. Shouldn't we also deal with the mysteries that we already have, particularly the Fulcrum when it comes to things like Vanguard? And hopefully this does mean that, but like, I don't need more things to be mysterious about, I would say. All right. The experience is already demonstrating and looking for what else will 2026 bring? 2026 will bring 2 expansions, but will not be limited to them, of course. This year will bring EVE Evolved in February, following a major patch in March, with more updates and events landing throughout the year. So we're getting an EVE Evolved update this February, and then we're getting the Catalyst major update in March. We were talking about that the other day. That feels fine. Yesterday I was trying to say that the major update would be potentially in February, but then we looked it up and Revenant was in March, so that makes sense. EVE Evolved is usually more like technical, hardware, rendering engines, you know, that kind of stuff. EVE Evolved is a celebration of craft. Alongside gameplay updates, it brings meaningful visual and artistic refinements that elevate how New Eden feels from moment to moment. Our art teams are continuing to do incredible work, and this update gives some of that work to the spotlight deserves. Hopefully they get back and fix some of the things like not being able to see the visuals on iHubs. I wonder if that's the planet graphics update. Wait, what? They just did the planet graphics update for Van. They redid all of the planet graphics during Equinox. I don't think that that's on the table. Oh, wait, no. They talked about like making it so that you could have like living things. So they worked on the basic shaders, but then they wanted to make it so you could see like buildups or whatever on the planet. I think if I remember something about that, could be cool. We'll see. I think it'll probably be... Actually, hold on. What do I think it would be? Hold on. Yeah, dynamic lights for ships. Because we have the fires. We got the fires. Maybe the plates and other visuals on ships when you're changing it. Maybe Snake Hat. Maybe Snake Hat. I don't know if that'd be an EVE Evolved thing, but I think it's going to potentially, like, I'm going to just be optimistic and say it's going to focus on API stuff, but also it doesn't show that. So, all right. Several of New Eden's most beloved events are also returning. The Hunt? No. Oh. Including Capsuleer Day, reimagined to reflect where the universe stands today. At FanFest, we celebrate Project Discovery's 10th anniversary, share more about the vinyl release of past and future sounds of New Eden, and welcome back Plex for Good as an always-on initiative. I'm not a big fan of this idea. Plex for Good is like whenever there's like a major disaster or something that is like catastrophic, often there will be a Plex for Good drive where people can donate Plex, and then CCP turns that Plex into cash that then donates to that thing. I think the latest one was like back in 2020 with the bushfires. There might have been, I think there was one with COVID, but like to keep it ongoing, like an always-on initiative. Like the whole point is that each one of them was like a focused fundraiser drive where there were vetted people, like programs that needed help right then. So I'm skeptical about how great it will function as an always-on initiative, but giving you new ways to support nominated charities. More details of this are coming soon. Yeah, I don't think, like for instance, I don't think that the gold magnate sale and all that stuff would have happened if Plex for Good was an always-on thing. It's kind of like campaigns, right? Like when you can fight all the time, then it doesn't really matter when you fight. But if there's a focused campaign, then that's when interesting things happen. So I kind of I'm not 100% thrilled about this, but we'll see. We're excited to see many of you at FanFest and dig into what's next together. Until then, tune in to our streams, Discord, and other channels for updates, reveals, and the usual shenanigans. So yeah, a big thing, like this Gallente election leading into these campaigns, leading into the FanFest and the results of the expansion, I think it's a big deal. I think that it's really easy for CCP to focus on the Gallente right now, let the Gallente get more powerful or become more aggressive or whatever they need to do. Because the thing is that the Gallente are the one group that doesn't own a wormhole right now. So it's actually a really great time for them to, you know, be in the limelight, to be the big movers and shakers, because then that allows the expansion to be basically the other 5 groups' counter reaction to whatever the Gallente's gotten up to, or whatever the people have gotten up to that have responded to what the Gallente are up to. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of feel like there's a timeline forming here, but we'll have to see in a few months whether or not that's right or wrong or whatever. But I think that it's exciting. The problem with the Gallente can't be fixed like this. The problem with players, though, Gallente Civil War, well, I mean, yeah, as long as they put like a competition between the Gallente militia and the Caldari militia, then or Caldari players and Gallente players, then Caldari will probably overwhelm the Gallente. But the Gallente themselves can do things too. I don't know. I feel like you can still do it. Like the Gallente can do something dangerous. Like, for instance, unleash a shit ton of rogue drones, you know, like this whole rogue drone thing. The Gallente could have a crisis based on that. And we can be totally focused on that, all while the expansion is getting ready for new stuff, which will be connected to whatever's going on in the wormhole, whatever the other people are doing. I'm just saying, like, based on this timeline, with Q1 being focused, or having the Gallente election as being the only, like, known event that's going on, this is kind of the setup to Capsuleer Day, right? Why did my cursors go away? I was trying to highlight things, but oh well, whatever. So yeah, this is where we're going. Let's watch the director's letter and see how much of what I said make any sense whatsoever.
It's been great. It's
Audio's
been a
on
really
now.
good year. I'm doing awesome.
Excellent. Yeah, I think the last time we were all together talking about Eve in a very nerdy, fun way was just right before Catalyst was coming in. We were talking about stuff that was coming in the Catalyst expansion. And what they do with the Catalyst expansion? What did players get up to?
I mean, it's been pretty wild actually since the Catalyst expansion. Who would have thought that a mining expansion, you know, would actually go down this well? So no,
It's absolutely true that two things are totally true. One, Catalyst expansion was fabulously successful. And two, if you had told people 10 years ago that that a mining expansion would be fabulously successful, nobody would have believed you.
people have been very busy. We've seen plenty of rifts being
Got to crash a Nix into a station.
Mined,
exhumed, harvested, annihilated.
Yeah.
Plenty of murdering as well happening in these rifts.
Yes, and friendship.
And friendship, yeah.
Fleet activity around mining has gone up a lot. It's such a core activity in EVE Online. Everyone also wanted to try out the critical hits and see what it felt like, and the economy and the mining opportunities are all there. There's demand for a lot of stuff.
I've got a weird random question. Who here would like crits in mining are very spectacular. They have a sound effect, they have a visual effect. It's hard to not notice a crit. Would you want the same applied to wrecking shots? That is a bit more complicated though, because like wrecking shot, like if you have a bunch of turrets, you won't wrecking shot as much, at least reportedly. Yeah, I don't know. Trig ships are going to wrecking shot way more than other ships because they only have one gun, etc., etc. Would that be good?
Buff production is going up. There's no real bottlenecks, mostly healthy.
Yeah, every single time you get a wrecking shot, it's like, Q, headshot. No, that would be terrible. What if they bring back the gong? Bong. CCP should unironically bring back the gong one day for like killing a rat and then see if how people notice it or react to it this time.
The demand, so it's just like you can go out and mine and make some money. That's always a healthy indicator, but it's also a little bit more fun.
And new mining ships contributing to
Yes,
that. Like people are loving them, and not just for mining. I think
Yeah.
we found some interesting other uses for them. But yeah, it's been really cool.
People play with sound on. Guys, I will say this many, many times. Sound in EVE is actually like super valuable. I know there's the joke of like, oh, there's sound in EVE. There is a lot. I was mining on Sunday, and I had to go take my dog out. And as I was getting ready to take my dog out, I go and compress all my stuff to give me a few minutes so I can run outside to let my dog go pee while I take her out. And as I'm walking out the door, because I have my wireless headset on, I hear the sound of my crystals reload. It's just a little tiny indicator that lets me know that one of my lasers reloaded. So then I walked back into the room, started up my mining again, and left again. Would not have happened if I had not had that sound cue. Yes, there is sound in EVE. It is actually really useful and important to know. It's so important to know that I've really wanted to make a video where we go over like every sound effect and what it does. But ironically enough, that's actually really hard to figure out. It's really hard to get every single sound, and it's really hard. I've had times where it's like, what is even causing this sound effect, right? And there's nowhere in that CCP has indicated here are the different sound effects and here are what they indicate at all. Just kidding, I play with sound on. It's really sad. I know, but you can still be my straw man argument, okay?
And also, we're also seeing a lot of people kind of migrating back into mining from other playstyles. So that's super healthy. And just everything feels in a pretty good balance.
Yeah.
To me, not using sound is kind of like not using radial menu. They're both bad and people advocate for it. And I don't get it.
Yeah, I think when we were sitting here last year, we were talking about things like the MPI, trying to get that under control a little bit more. Things like the global Plex market, we're still on the timetable. New ships and stuff we were kind of teasing. If you go back to the 2025 director's letter and look for the breadcrumbs, we had a couple in there.
Yeah.
We had a plan.
Yeah. Gold Rush was the rifts. That's like we were trying to allude to it.
Yeah.
Really valuable, really exciting.
What are my thoughts on the dynamic sound CCP put in for battlefields? Are you talking about like the fact that the music builds up? I actually really like that. Again, like what's funny is that this is actually in the lore too, right? Where like in Jovian Wetgrave, they talk about the fact that, when he goes into the simulation, or when he jumps into the pod for the first time, he's like, why can I hear things? Like there's no sound in space. And the Jove even explains that like part of the thing is that they learn that if they can engage more senses, that allows you to process more things, right? You can process visual things, you can process audio things. And the nice thing is that you can actually process both at the same time. So by having audio cues as well as visual cues, it allows you to, as a human being, process more information more quickly, okay? It allows you to keep an eye on certain things better. And so I've had plenty of times, actually, when I was doing battlefields, where I realized that we were getting close to the end, not because I'm constantly watching the meter, but because I can tell the difference. I can tell when the music is starting to pick up. Oh, it must be getting close to the end. So like, no, it's great. What is this? Wormholes are mentioned that 15 minutes in, and in game now people are seeing lightning on wormholes. I wonder if that's related. Maybe the early signs of changes to wormhole. They've already said that there's going to be changes to wormholes. Just thank God we don't have Jovian smell-o-vision. Yeah. I think it's a bug. Wait, which one? I play with sound on. It's really satisfying. Wait, which part is a bug? Oh, the lightning on wormholes? I don't know. They've been adding lightning on a lot of things, but we'll see. We'll have to see. those kinds of things can often be like the trigger that lets us know that something big is happening, but it could also just be nothing. It's too early to tell.
They're being done every day. They're also quite covert. If you can get them done without anyone noticing, then you won't, like, no one will notice. So like maybe people don't notice that they're being done, which is
Wait, hold on. What are we talking about?
like we were trying to allude to it.
Yeah.
Really valuable, really exciting. They're being done every day.
Are we talking about fractured sites still?
Things like the global Plex market, we're still on the timetable. New ships and stuff we were kind of teasing. If you go back to the 2025 director's letter and look for the breadcrumbs, we had a couple in there.
Yeah.
We had a plan.
Yeah. Gold Rush or the rifts. That's like we were trying to allude to it.
Yeah,
They were talking about rifts.
Really valuable, really exciting.
Yeah, you alluded to it. What happened to the salvaging, huh? What happened to salvaging?
They're being done every day. They're
Rifts
also
are being done every day.
quite covert. If you can get them done without anyone noticing, then you won't, like, no one will notice. So like maybe people don't notice that they're being done, which is very interesting. Kind of like stealth of night kind of mining, which is thrilling. Like to get in, get out, like that fantasy. So raid style mining basically.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of speculation. People are still theorizing a lot, and
Where they appear.
Yeah, so that's great.
yeah. That's the one neat bit is that when we were talking about this in Catalyst, the distribution methods for these phase fields and stuff.
Well, I did check the hobo leaks. Hold on. So hobo leaks today did have a patch, but it didn't have anything like no strings or whatever, but there is a lot of audio and video changes, so it could very well be from something there. Can we worm? Is there a wormhole? Is there WH? No. Doubt it. All right, whatever.
We're saying, it's going to be a little bit different. So players are still trying to figure that out. I love it when players still have like a need to don some tinfoil to figure out exactly how these things work.
Actually, I heard wearing a tinfoil hat might help you find them better. So
Yeah,
just putting that
Also
pro tip
stick-
out there. Yeah.
Stick with like the
Okay, so there is a tinfoil hat in game. So make sure when you're going and looking for phase fields, you have a tinfoil hat in your cargo hold, confirmed by CCP Okami as being a buff to discoverability.
Kind
Yeah,
of, do you wear
exactly.
like a tinfoil beard?
I do.
guards?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
kind of scoop up the beard.
Yeah.
And,
No, I think it's just been generally super well received, and the lasting impact of this expansion is just has to be seen to be believed. If you look at the PCO numbers, you look at the activity number, like everything is being done. Exploration
Tinfoil beard
sites,
hat. Hey,
all aspects of the game are in a very stable and kind of healthy
one of these streams I'm going to have to make like a tinfoil beard.
place. Meta is in a pretty good place, but like nothing's perfect. But this is probably the healthiest the game has been in over a decade.
But we've got major updates coming out as well that will
too.
help with the meta, right? Like I think the meta is always an ongoing thing. It's never done.
Yeah, it's never solved,
Yeah.
and it should never be solved. And I think that was a huge moment when we kind of accepted it ourselves that like there isn't any perfect balance in the game. It should be, it needs to evolve, it needs to move, and yeah, we kind of play with it in a way.
But we have the CSM here also, so they can drill us with all of the little issues that are happening, whether a ship here or there or too overpowered. We had a session yesterday. There's another today about ship balance. So like we'll be flexible also on that in the major update. Maybe cram something in that like came out of the CSM conversations.
Yeah.
But we're not meeting them for the first time. They are in our Slack channels anyway. So like
Yeah.
these are not like we don't need the CSM visit to get these good ideas.
Yeah, and the community are really good at this as well. We're like, oh, I really like this thing.
I'm going to go
or,
try to find
I
a
really
wormhole,
wish
by
I
the
would
way.
do more with blank. I know last year we were talking a lot about dreadnoughts
Mhm.
and just the prices around them, the build cost, and we were talking about last year driving the price down a little bit to see what that happens. And the players went crazy with dreads. Like if you look in LoSec, there was I think the period of a week over the summer where there was a trillion-isk dread fight or dread brawl, and then a day later another one, like 2 jumped over, and then a day later another one. I don't know how these guys were just getting dreads. It's bonkers.
Again, a lot of this is happening in faction warfare space with faction warfare dudes. Faction warfare is such a community service to EVE Online. I've said this many, many years. Faction warfare turns rich people's ISK into explosions, right? They get faction stuff, and then they sell it to people for ISK, and then they fight each other with it.
And these
So-
are Navy dreads.
Yeah,
or-
T1 dreads, but a lot of
yeah.
Navy dreads, a lot of Zernitras as well. The Triglavians, they like their dreads.
Yeah, this is the careful, balancing that we want to do ongoing in both the expansions and the major updates. That shifting meta, I really think like the economy often is absolutely in the player's hands, but we have to tend to that to make sure that it feels right. Like I think if things feel out of line, then people aren't having fun. They're not building the ships and flying the ships that they want to be flying and fighting in, and that's what these updates are for. And I'm really happy to see how they're landing.
Yeah, the December.
Deep flow rifts should have been a feature from the past that they should have removed instead of something that they bring as a new. Hate them, sorry. Okay, first of all, what about them do you hate so passionately? It's an interesting position. Why did I just get decloaked? That was weird. Anywho, no, that's a interesting position to have. I mean, deep flow rifts are just like a different kind of activity. I think that they're perfectly fine to be in the game long term. Yeah, faction warfare did save EVE Online with Uprising. That's not even like a hard thing to defend, really. Hey, I found a wormhole. Hold on. If you're watching this after the fact and this doesn't matter because the wormhole stuff didn't end up being anything, sorry. But I am going to at least get an eye on this wormhole to see what people are saying. Imagine if they made something where you do well in faction warfare and get promoted to a high rank. Other factions can hunt you down for reward anywhere in space, like you become an officer spawn. I mean, that's already halfway done. There's already a rank structure in faction warfare. So yeah, you could easily do that. And I've already said, like, there should be certain things that you can only access if you have that rank. I've always wanted the LP store to be tied, have things tied to standings, so that way, like, putting in the work to get extremely high standings with somebody actually has a niche benefit. But that is a bug. Yeah, this is a bug. I was seeing this earlier. Where was I? Oh, weirdly enough, I was seeing this in Photoshop earlier, where, like, I did a selection when I was doing the thumbnail for this image. It was also flickering, like the outline lines were flickering in a very, very similar way to this. This looks like a graphics bug. I wouldn't even be surprised, given the fact that it's like happening in both those things. This is something completely independent from EVE Online or anything, and just like something involving how graphics are working at the moment. Yeah, this looks like this is clearly a bug. This is not how the lightning looks or anything when they do lightning. The flickering in Zarzak before the expansion? I don't remember exactly which ones you're talking about. Yeah, drift derivation of Jita confirmed. Yeah, I don't buy this at all. I think this is just a normal graphical glitch. Oh, yeah, well, no, because even the Warden had like a cloaked object you could see, and it had lightning around it. It didn't act like this. I can tell you that. Because you can tell that what's flickering is actually more of these loops, you know? It's like the loops that are towards the camera are the ones that are glitching out. No, it looks like, to me, it looks like these loops, these like, yeah, loops of energy. It's just the ones that are more towards the camera are flickering out. It looks like when something's Z-fighting, right? If you put two polygons directly on top of each other so it doesn't know which one to render, like it'll flicker between the two a lot. It looks like it's just Z-fighting or rendering the graphics wrong. And yeah, there was a small update today, but as we saw in Obelix, it wasn't anything that we can dig into or significant. All right, let's just jump back into the video because we've still got lots to cover.
R came out, and I know the players were analyzing it, and they could see how much like production was increasing based on like the new influx of materials from all these people mining. and they know that like what lags just a little bit after that is destruction. So that's going to be exciting to watch that one spike too. The unexpected or
Production
the very
spike has been
expected,
huge this
destruction.
year.
Yeah.
But also the control items that we added into the game to be able to more carefully tune individual costs is now really paying off, because now we've tuned battleships to be the right price, if you will. But we have now the ability to tune Navy cruisers or whatever, faction cruiser, whatever you want. We have way more flexibility and tuning tools rather than just like more titanium, less titanium.
Also, I know I haven't said this yet, but we have talked a lot about faction war or faction stuff and empire stuff. The chances of us getting faction carriers this year and sooner rather than later is so astronomically high that I would just recommend saving up for that idea.
Titanium, which was the old system. So that investment is paying off, and it really gives us more precise control. And also, we have been keeping like a really close eye on mineral faucets, and really just reacting to figure out, is it Zydrain, is it Mexilon, is it whatever it is it healthy that it's not being mined, or is it a lack of like availability, just like it doesn't exist? And we're able to tune this and kind of add a little bit more here and there. But then obviously the new reprocessing of
Eradicors
Eradicors
a whole new
is-
way to kind of help solve some of those
crazy.
issues. Yeah.
And I feel like we haven't really like.
Are people using carriers more now that they've been buffed? I haven't heard anything of more carriers being used. I know that carriers can be used, like the jump portal mechanics of carriers have definitely been like they're more useful mechanic recently, but that wasn't even what was added recently. So I think that part of the thing is that did they just make carriers cheaper to build? I don't know. We haven't really seen carriers be deployed in the same way, but then again, you wouldn't deploy carriers in the same way that you would deploy dreads. You don't have a carrier bomb, for example. Goons did a massive carrier fleet, but I think that's more of a meme. Yeah, I think that everybody's kind of waiting. I think everybody knows that faction carriers are coming, and everybody's sort of waiting on that.
The meta hasn't really set in Eradicors yet, so I think we're.
No, not yet, and they haven't needed to be used to solve a problem just yet. So there may come a time, but not yet. And I think that lends to what you were saying, the speculation. But the value is still there, and it's still absolutely worth finding and fighting over and everything. But yeah, there's new tools in the ecosystem now.
And it's interesting because there's like it is kind of created an element of unknown. Like, yes, people are starting to stockpile it, but what will it end up being? Like, where will people actually where will they reprocess it? I think that's going to be a very interesting thing to see.
But not as much as we worried about.
Yeah.
We were worried about that people would just stockpile it forever, and that's just not the case. There's a lot of just straight through generation that's happening, which is very good. Like, stockpiles aren't good for the universe. It's like a little bit of hedging.
I'm not sure if faction carriers will be all that useful if regular carriers aren't. I mean, yeah, I guess it really depends on what they do, right? If you make a faction carrier that's actually like old school carrier, so it can be a carrier and a fax at the same time, so then you have a fax that can also jump bridge people or like conduit jump people, that would be huge. That would be huge.
It's fine, but it's really nice to be able to just alleviate your like production pains immediately with this kind of like, I'll just get some Zydrain or whatever the thing is that I'm missing. But you need these control items, exploration sites or whatever. That's just so that we have a healthy balance between activities also.
Yeah.
It's just like we need everyone to cooperate and trade to no one gets this kind of, what do you call it, like hold of the market or control. So it's hard to keep kind of like not being like, okay, this is like really good. Like we're in a really good place at the moment.
Yeah, for us,
The problem, honestly, with carriers right now is not that they're strong or weak or whatever. It's that their niche isn't really a thing, right? Again, like I said, even if you make carriers more expensive, or sorry, cheaper, you're not going to get carrier bombs in the same way that you got dread bombs. A lot of places that you would think of using a capital, the dread is the solution. There is no real content in the game that is designed around making a carrier useful. The closest thing is the conduit jumping thing, right? The fact that fighters are a very unique mechanic that basically never get utilized in an effective way outside of maybe carrier ratting. Like, I think that that's the biggest reason why people don't use carriers, not just because there's no place where you look at the problem and you go, you know what this needs? A carrier. Like, that doesn't happen in the same way that you go like, oh, what does this need? A Dread. What does this need? Black Ops. What does this need? Whatever. Like there's no... And yeah, like making them more of a capital command ship, giving them boosts or something like that could very well be good. The Boosh was also really good. But again, like it's like they've given carriers new capabilities, and yet there still isn't that much of a activity function niche that utilizes those capabilities in the same sort of way.
As complex as Eve. It feels really nice to see it in this state. And yeah, as you were saying, the players are absolutely thriving with it. It's nice to see New Eden really active. The large groups are doing stuff. The smaller groups are doing stuff. The medium groups, or some of them are growing to like bigger sizes, so they're able to take on some new and creative challenges. I always love it when that happens because it introduces like this new level of chaos into the mix. Because the large alliances that have been around for some time, they know like how things should be done and stuff. And when a medium group that grows into that larger size or gets into that little ecosystem, they're like, hey, I'm going to try and do it different.
If carriers have the same alignment and warp speed as a battleship, that would allow them to roam with a battleship fleet. Can you just web them away? But also, like one of their biggest functionality is a cost-effective conduit jump. I feel like that's their big thing now.
Way, how come no one did this before? And it's fun to see people like kind of freak out, like, oh, you're not supposed to do it that way, but it's working. Oh God.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's Eve.
And then yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about kind of, I guess, the content schedule, I guess, that we talk about. So this is, I think, the third year now that we've been doing this with 2 expansions a year. And between those 2 expansions, things that we call major updates. Can you like talk a little bit about like just what goes into a major update?
Yeah, sure. A major update should always be focused, first of all, on game balance and meta. So between expansions, like we launch an expansion, we know we're introducing a whole bunch of new stuff, but we're also introducing new problems usually, right? Like things might be misbalanced or not quite land the way we've anticipated or simulated. And this is a good beat for us to just kind of course correct that stuff before it's too late. So we don't have to wait for the full 6 months for another expansion or maybe longer. So we get that adjustment period, but it also gives us time to look at like how things landed from the expansion before or the major update before. And it lets us be a little bit more meaningful with things like updates to ship meta balances as well, and just say like, hey, like where are dreads? Are they overperforming for their price now? Do we need to do something about that? Maybe. And there's always a laundry list of asks from the CSM, which is...
Well, yeah, but in that scenario, Jeff, you usually keep that group like centrally located, and then you have a roaming group that goes and finds the targets to light the Sino for the drop, right? So it's not like the carrier's roaming in that case.
Wonderful that we can help kind of fill this out with. And in addition to sort of like ship balance and economy, industry pricing, we really also want to take a look at content. So we have new content that typically comes out with major updates or rebalancing or adjustments to other older content that might not feel quite good for either just old technology reasons, like maybe AI is bad or it's not paying out for the risk or something like that. So that's what we usually tend to try to land on our major updates is that kind of stuff.
I sincerely believe that if somebody really, really wanted to roam with a bunch of battleships and a carrier, that they could fit webs on the battleships and get the carrier into warp just as fast as the battleships. That's just my gut reaction. But also, yeah, like conduit jumping is way faster than roaming. Warp speed is still slower. Yeah, that's fair. But is that the reason why people aren't roaming with it? I don't know.
Right on. Yeah, and it kind of lets us tackle things without having to worry. This is something you guys talk about quite a bit, without having to have a silver bullet to like absolutely fix everything. We know there's no single patch or single thing that we can do to fix some of the larger problems, the more complicated problems. So you were talking about how these systems are so interconnected. So when we talk about force projection, we can do it kind of iteratively right through these major updates and expansions and stuff in bursts that don't feel super, super far away, but it lets us see how things land.
Yeah, and also another good thing about these major updates is that sometimes in expansions things get lost in the noise, and there are certain changes we wanna make, and they don't really make sense in the grand scheme of an expansion. So with the major updates, we can basically kind of add more spots.
Hey Wesley, I know you weren't here yesterday, but we did cover the Frontiers keynote, or not keynote, but roadmap yesterday. You should probably check that out. Wesley Pipes, friend of the show, one of the main guys that I know that's in Eve Frontiers. He's one of the leaders of XT, which is the group that got the shout out during the Frontiers thing. He does post his videos in the Discord too, if you're interested in his stuff. But yeah, today we're talking about the EVE Online roadmap.
Apply to things that are kind of more niche or only serve a smaller portion of the game.
I have asked for a long time for there to be like a Tech 2 battleship that functions as a light carrier, just so you can get some fighter functionality in subcapitals. Been talked about that for a long time. I also think that we should just do a complete drone rework, because drones are they're no fun to use. They're no fun to fight against. They've needed a rework for as long as I've played.
And it kind of, just frees us up in doing stuff like that.
Nice.
CCP should remove the jump bridge capabilities from Titans and give that to carriers and super carriers. Oh boy. So I've said this for a long time, ever since Invasions. I think that Titans, one of the biggest problems with balancing Titans is that you have to balance their power with their utility. And so the fact that you need one for bridging was like a critical piece to attempting to balance. You have to balance the fact that everybody needs one for bridging with how powerful they can actually be as an actual weapon, and whether or not you want to deploy them. And so to get rid of the bridging capability from Titans would free them up to be able to focus on what they want to do, which is like command and control of the battlefield, impact on the battlefield. And so what I've said before, what I really want is Titans to lose bridging capability, but then introduce the Zordash World Arc that jumps to a location but leaves behind a filament trace from where they jumped from. And then the Zordash can open its door, and then people can jump through the filament trace to exit out the door in the Zordash. And as long as the Zordash has enough capacitor and, whatever, that it can jump back to that filament, either abandoning its people where they were or allow them to go through the door first, whichever one happens. But the Zordash itself has limited capabilities of combat. It really only can deploy the towers the same way that the Zordash does in the fight. This was actually originally idea by Uriel, who we talked about yesterday. I've long since advocated that. And let me tell you, that idea angers a lot of people. When you start talking about removing bridging from Titans, woo, people get mad, even when you talk about like introducing the World Arc as a flyable ship.
So we're gonna have a new major expansion soon, or a major update soon?
Yeah. Major update.
Yep. Coming right.
But the point of it, by the way, is to make it so that you can even do a Titan if you want it, but the whole point of it is that the thing has to commit to the battlefield in order to bring in other things. That's why I I kind of stopped arguing this point when they gave conduit jumping to carriers, because it sort of fixes the problem. There's now a budget option, so now you don't need to get a Titan just to do bridging like stuff. Now you can perform those functionality with the carrier, which is a big deal, because having a Titan in faction warfare is A, very difficult to do, and B, very difficult to maintain. They're a pain in the ass, because faction warfare groups don't necessarily run around and keep stars all the time, and they can't build Titans because Titans require sovereignty. So it's always been frustrating to me how much Titans influence faction warfare space in particular. And so I have always advocated for reducing the impact that super capitals have in in faction warfare, and providing those functionality to easier or for a more obtainable function, which is why I was so happy with carrier jumping, and why I still think it's such a big deal, because ultimately that was the answer to my problem. I think that you could always explore the idea of tweaking Titan still, and you could introduce the idea of the Zordash, but the carrier conduit jumping basically nailed the space that I was thinking of, which would be a more budget friendly compared to Titans option for groups that want to do hot drops like faction warfare. There are open complexes that caps can participate in because there's no gates, the open complexes, but it's very, very rare to see that happen. For the most part, capitals get involved when it comes to the actual battle over iHubs themselves. We've deployed Dread several times in order to clear out iHubs quicker. That is really capitals play a part when it comes to the iHub fights and structure fights, not necessarily the plexes. I have actually had, when I was doing faction warfare way back in the day, you know, a buddy of mine asked me to come out to Prism to plex sites with him there because they really wanted that site to get flipped, even though they didn't do faction warfare. So they came and actually supported me in an open plex with a carrier, and I was just like, this feels largely unnecessary. Maybe simple change to get carriers used more would be letting them dock in medium structures, especially if they're aimed more at utility. I mean, they can dock in stations. I think that faction warfare should be more focused on living out of stations than living out of structures. And ultimately, I don't want faction warfare players to be running around with Titans as much. I think that faction warfare is better because it's so sub-capital focused, but I don't know. I've been proven wrong before.
Very soon.
Yes.
To a client near you.
Isn't it like
March?
Well, yeah, it's March, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to be able to fight like the big guys. I want it to be less oppressive when, you know, because like Snuff can just drop 40 Titans on your structure, and then it's like, well, I guess we're not doing anything then.
No need to be coy about it. It's
That's smart.
so we're trying to build a cadence also of pretty
Nice.
Let's go back
So
a
we're
little bit.
gonna have a new major expansion soon, or a major update soon?
Yeah. Major update.
Yep. Yeah, coming very soon.
Yes.
To a
But
client near you.
isn't it like
Wait, what do you say?
well,
Hold
yeah,
on.
It's March, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Major expansion soon, or a major update soon?
Yeah. Major update.
Yep. Yeah, coming very soon.
Yes.
To a
But
client near you.
isn't it?
Did he just say to a planet near you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Major update.
Yep. Yeah, coming very soon.
Yes.
To a
But
client near you.
isn't it like
To a plant near you or to a planet near you? A planet near you sounds very interesting. That's it. My new guess is major expansion will involve PI rework. Go.
March.
well,
Did
yeah,
he
it's
say
March.
client? Hold on. Did he say client? Let's listen.
Very soon.
Yes.
To a
But
client near you.
It
Isn't
is
it-
client. God damn it. It is client. It is client. It's client. Everybody who said client, you're right. It is client. I just had to have it in my head. You're right. That was definitely what is happening to my pencil? That's okay. Either way. Use the closed captioning. I don't trust closed captioning to do that. ChatGPT, what did he say?
March.
well, yeah, it's March, right?
Yeah.
No need to be coy about it. It's
That's smart.
so we're trying to build a cadence also of predictability. So we're trying to have February and August are the evolved months where we do technical improvements, graphical improvements, to de-risk the expansion.
Mhm.
It's always like if there's a performance problem or something with the new graphics, we have time to fix it. We don't want to introduce like crazy new risk on expansion day.
Mhm.
Then the major update in the month after, and then the expansion. So like that's whether it goes between months, May, June, like that's always just dependent on calendar days and Easter and all kinds of things. But like that's the cadence. And major update is coming up. We went through it with the CSM again. A lot of cool stuff in the major update. Loads of, I would say, out of left field stuff that like is gonna. It's not just like +1 PG, -3 CPU on a couple of ships. There's something cooler stuff coming up.
Yeah, and I'm happy to say some wormhole updates and content coming out as well for our wormholers.
I know there's a
Wormholes.
sea of wormholers right now. They've got
They keep saying wormhole updates, and man, that monkey paw keeps curling, dude.
are like very excited, but also very anxious at the same time.
Yeah.
Probably not sure why, but they have like
Yeah.
this weird feeling now.
Yeah. Sadly, we don't have Twitch chat in front of us, so I can only imagine the wormhole emojis that are flying through right now.
Generally, I think everything we've been doing in the like the smaller habitats of Pochven and we've been doing iterative quality, like undeniable quality of life improvements and kind of checking in on the risk reward.
I still think that what we're going to see is some sort of new tool to control wormholes, like either keep one open for a while, like the manipulation of wormholes itself. It also seems to factor into like as the empires are focusing on their wormholes, it seems like a natural thing to come out of it. I don't know for sure, but like that is the kind of thing that I'm going to go on a limb and guess. Who knows? I'm very bad at guessing these sorts of things.
Balance, and I think we've probably been more right than wrong, but we've also been very iterative on that.
Good.
Like payouts, like all kinds of little experimentations to actually
Sovereignty and wormholes would be awful.
make it like fair in that sense, and not just exploitable or whatever. So a
One-way
lot
wormholes could be
super
cool.
cool experimentation that then pays off, because this then if it's a good design or a good paradigm, we can use it for other content as well, like a better behavior NPC or escalation logic or whatever. We can apply it elsewhere.
Yeah, and it's also
What about that Drifter Large collectible that they deploy to spawn wormholes? What's that? You mean the pickup sticks and that new tower that they clearly have a wormhole out of? Yeah, exactly, a wormhole generator. I mean, Sancho also has a wormhole generator. It actually would be interesting. Here's an interesting one. What if you could actually deploy a structure in your wormhole to generate a new static? What if you could be like, hey, I'm going to build this thing. Well, yeah, but a filament is a one-way wormhole that you don't know where it's going necessarily. Although I guess, whatever. Like, what if you could build a structure in your wormhole and now you also have a high-sec static or something like that? That could be cool.
also been really helpful. And this is something that if we go back like 3 or 4 years, Spiritati, that you were really kind of pushing people to do a little bit more, is come together as a group and just like bring us some issues.
Yep.
So there's the Wormhole UN that I know Mick Fightmaster, a member of our CSM,
That would be
helps
awesome.
curate some ideas from, and he meets with them regularly. And it's great to see like communities come forward, give us a list of issues that like are affecting them, things that they're worried about in their gameplay circles and things like that. So we've got a whole bunch of these groups to augment things like the CSM and just normal feedback channels to help us make these.
It would be pretty cool if there's like a structure you could put to either amplify or reduce the wormhole effect. Wormholes would be the new meta. Why not?
decisions and bring like more ammunition for the designers to kind of solve these problems.
Yeah, I'm in the wormhole one and I think Lowsec one as well. Really appreciate the way that the community comes together and how that's kind of formalized in like really digestible pieces of feedback. It's super helpful.
Yeah, the manifestos, as they were called.
Yeah.
Also, I think I said this actually in the intro yesterday to the CSMers, is that the conversations are also just better. Like there's more decorum generally in how EVE players and the CSM and everyone is working together. Less partisanship and more like, the greater good conversations. For sure, there's always like pros and cons, but I feel much more confident to take like a manifesto and kind of like implement it, or like have a designer go through it and kind of trust it more than distrust it. Like the lever or the dial is turned over to like we trust these things a lot. We don't feel like we're being manipulated or like kind of controlled.
This is kind of a big deal because I've said many times before that CSM is just one avenue of communication, and the more higher quality that they are, like the only thing they can do is kind of ruin their own credibility, right? So the more credible they are, the more effective they are. And so however you feel about it, like them giving this positive response about the kind of feedback that is happening, that's good, because this is confidence from CCP in the feedback that they're getting. It's not just whether or not the feedback is a higher quality or not, it's whether or not they are listening to it. And so them feeling like it's higher quality feedback also means that they're probably listening to it more, which could be risky, but could be good.
Just like, yeah, these are pretty much all good ideas.
Wormhole moon changes would be nice. We have high-sec moons now. Fun fact, Wormhole's moons used to not be mineable at all. The fact that you get R4 moons was actually like a perk. I'm not saying that it shouldn't change to be otherwise now, but I'm just saying like it has always been that wormhole moons were not mineable. And then eventually they were like, okay, yeah, we'll let you mine them as R4s. Now, granted, that was back when R4s had other minerals besides pyrite and mexilon, but still. So yeah, I mean, like you could theoretically change the moons or whatever, but at the same time, you already have like a compromise that gives you more than was originally designed for. But again, like wormholes are very different from their original design at this point. So new T3 ship, like a T3 battleship, maybe, or a T3 Triglavian ship, maybe a new subsystem that allows T3 cruisers to use Triglavian weapons. That'd be cool.
Like there's no reason, there's no hubris or kind of like ownership that CCP must develop these internally. Like we're being dictated by the community. Like it's a collaboration more, and it's just like it just keeps getting better, it feels.
Yeah, I think to that extent, something that I'm really proud of over the past year is just how strong our sort of relationship both as developers and community has become. And I just see the sort of like growth of the really powerful conversations that we're having around how we develop EVE and
I still want my Drifter recon ship and Black Ops battleship. That's what I want.
And the approach we're taking and just how we can process feedback and be transparent about how and why we're doing things. And I think that, you know, it's really kind of setting the ground level for this next era of our development.
Yeah, and it's I mean, just to echo what you guys have said, like the relationship
Make it
between
the fighter
CSP
battleship.
and
Sure, why
CSM
not?
is in a really great state right now. It's not always been that way. Like there have been like periods of very low trust, and building trust is something that takes a very long time, and it's not something you kind of create overnight, but you can break that trust really quickly and very easily. And I feel like we're all very cognizant of that today, and you know, there's a lot of transparency, there's a lot of very healthy debate, but at the end of the day, I feel like the game definitely benefits a lot from these conversations, and we're seeing a lot of great uplift because of the success of this relationship.
No, like
T3 battleship would be like a Trig Marauder. I don't necessarily agree with that. Part of the problem with the Trig Marauder is the fact that like it's its design space, right? It's so the Trig ships is all about ramping damage, so it's about punching up. But as a battleship, it needs to be punching up to what, capitals? So like the problem with the Trig Marauder is more about the existence of its niche, kind of like carriers, than whether or not it itself is a good idea or worth the money. A T3 battleship could be good in other ways that makes it more practical than a Trig Marauder. A Trig Marauder exists mostly because that way a Trig Marauder exists, not that like we ever needed one. There are other ways of doing massive damage.
like almost all of these quality of life improvements in the habitats are just coming straight from the and we wouldn't be able to do it this rapidly. We didn't trust the manifestos because then we'd have to do our own research and validate all of the assumptions.
And we'd constantly be questioning ourselves.
Yes.
That's the thing. We get a lot of data, obviously. We get to see everything going on in the EVE universe, but like adding that context to the data to tell the whole picture and tell the whole story, figuring out, I think this is something that you guys were talking about to the CSM, is just like figuring out what are the problems that you're experiencing that you're trying to solve. And
well, yes, but my point is that in general, Trig ships are about punching up because of their ramping damage. Like that's their signature thing. So I agree that the Marauder is really, the Trig Marauder is really held down by being expensive. But again, like the reason, so actually that's a very interesting question, because like the problem with the Trig Marauder being so expensive isn't a cost benefit analysis, right? Like the new SOE ship, the Odysseus, is also stupidly expensive for what it is, but people are still flying it around and doing stuff with it because there is a value to that stupid expensive. You need a situation where you need to do a high amount of damage, you're willing to spend 8 billion ISK, but you don't want to bring a capital. That last statement, that last sentence, that last part of that expression is the reason why the Marauder battleship is so like struggling to find a niche, because at its price point, it's not competing with battleships, it's competing with capitals, and capitals are incredibly powerful for what they are compared to a battleship. So like, why would you want a Marauder when you could have a Hodred? Well, I guess if you're structure bashing, maybe, but then it's like, that's a lot to just structure bash a little bit faster. So yeah, that's the real reason why we don't see very much of the Trig Marauder playing out, not just because of the cost, but because the cost puts it in the category of competition with capitals. The other sub-capitals get up by because of the fact that capitals are such a big jump in cost, but the Trig Marauder matches the cost of capitals, but doesn't bring a capital.
players themselves are also really good at just like realizing that they can say, here's the problem I'm facing, rather than here's my solution to the problem. And that's yielding such.
Is it insane for mission running? I've been meaning to try it in missions, but I always thought it was kind of still mid in missions, but maybe. How well would it do incursions? I don't think very good, because incursions are all about just doing upfront damage right away. I don't think it's going to outcompete the Paladin.
Great results. It's exciting to see all these little micro communities say, oh, I want us to get together to do something like this so we can get this cool update.
Yes. On that, we've talked about the plight of the new player a little bit. and we're always cognizant of the new player,
Yep.
which is usually was an underrepresented at the CSM community, which is much better now with our CCP kind of invites when there's a lacking representative. But we have strong representation this year for new players, and it's something that we are always thinking about. We have been kind of helping the social onboarding with corporation tools and freelance goals and all that, and improving mining, one of the first things that people do. But we need to do better. We need to save more new players from just leaving too early. They simply leave too early, and we're trying to figure out why. So that's a big challenge for us to figure that out. And it's the only way for Eve to grow.
Yeah. And this is actually, now that we feel that Eve is in a very healthy place, we want to move part of our focus back to new players, and we want to make sure that we help them kind of realize the awesomeness that the game is. And
I wonder how much of a mistake it is to have gotten rid of just the straight up login rewards. Because, like, as a new player, I play a lot of different games. I play a lot of different free-to-play games. I play a lot of different mobile games. And let me tell you, the idea, like, the dailies in Eve are a little bit much, I think. And also, like, I don't know, even I can't, like, bring myself to always be motivated by the daily activities in Eve. But, like, there needs to be, if I'm a day one pilot, there needs to be a reason why I need to log in on day 2. Once I've stepped away from it, there needs to be a reason to come back in. Login rewards are bad. The dailies are just badly designed. I mean, why were they bad? I wonder how many people at least make sure to log in just for the daily. They probably have the metrics for that. But, like, if you're talking about getting brand new people in, it's things like that. There are often times when I'm playing a brand new game that the only reason why I give it a second chance is because there is some sort of dailies or login rewards or something that's meaningful to me. Especially, and here's the thing that Eve doesn't do as well. Back when they did the Evergreen stuff, there also was a login track for brand new pilots. That track either isn't there or isn't impactful, right? I feel like maybe if you log in, after you've logged in 2 weeks, so 14 times, maybe they could give you something meaningful, like a battlecruiser skill book or something like that, where it's, you don't want people to just log in push a button and log out. You want them to log in and do something. I don't care. No, I don't care. This is about tricking people to do something basic, because once you get people started, I have ADHD, so I understand this very, very, very well. Okay. Often it's not about trying to get them to do the big thing, right? If I try to get myself to clean my house, I may never get started because I'm so paralyzed thinking about all of the things that need to happen to clean my house, and all of the thoughts that spins into, and all the thoughts that spins into. And I actually get, like, paralysis from that. This is actually, like, this is what ADHD is all about. It's an executive function disorder. So my solution to this, whenever I'm trying to worry about something, it's why I have problems editing things, right? Because, like, the act of a long-term editing, sitting down for several hours to edit something, is a huge deal. And so it's so hard to even get started. And so when I do get successful, the way I'm successful is not by convincing myself that it's worthwhile to do the big editing. It's by thinking about the smallest thing I can do to take the step forward, right? I don't focus on editing the video and how much I need to do that, because that's going to just freak me out. I focus on just, hey, you know what? Let's just launch the editor, see what happens. And yeah, most of the time, maybe I end up, it just runs for a little while, and then a few hours later, I never get back to it or anything like that. I'm doing something else important, I close it. But if I am going to get around to editing, that's how I'm going to do it. Because once I take that first small step, now that's started, I might as well do the next thing, I might as well do the next thing, I might as well do the next thing. Just convincing somebody to launch the browser, or to launch the client, is a huge step in a way, a huge step in convincing them to actually then do something once they've logged in, right? I think that the Skills for Kills is probably a better example of this, where it's like just getting them to go out and kill one rat. It was seen as such a simple, stupid thing to do. but it's the smallest catalyst required. That way you want it the smallest ask possible, so that way nobody be like, oh, that's too much to do. I can't bother. I don't know how to do that. I need to figure out the best way to do that. All those sorts of things are thoughts that get you to not do it now because you need to be doing something else. I can't do it until I look into it. Hey, just log in, undock, kill one rat. And that spins off, again, 9 times out of 10, it's nothing. But 1 time out of 10, it leads to some exciting thing that gets you deeper. We're talking about people who are quitting the game before they get to any content. So telling them to go do all of the content isn't helping, right? Giving them this list of stuff to do that doesn't make any sense to them doesn't do anything. But giving them login rewards, being like, hey, just log in. Hey, here's a BPC. Here's the thing. So people talk shit about the oldest dailies because they gave away those BPCs and people were like, oh, this is just a waste. Let me tell you, I ran into so many people who were like, how do you build a catalyst? Why do you want to build a catalyst? Because they gave me this BPC and so I want to build it now. Like, do not underestimate how much little stupid giveaways like that ends up being the catalyst for like actual play. I don't care if building the catalyst is worth it or not. I now have a thing and I'm going to use this as the excuse of something to do today, right? And in the same way, like, especially now that I've been playing a lot of these free-to-play games over time, one of the things I've noticed is that during that like opening login event, what they often do is give you not only the critical pieces that you need to be successful. I don't know how well that would translate to EVE Online, besides, like I said, maybe like a skill book or something. But more importantly, they give you an idea of what is important. They're like, oh yeah, here's a bunch of this resource. And you're like, well, what the hell does this resource even do? And like, it opens you up and makes you start asking questions about the game. COE Malro did a T1 shipbuilding campaign and I had a stockpile of BPCs. Yep, exactly. Does Enfield has dailies? Absolutely. I've already done all my dailies today. I just said, like, look, I get it as a player. We often are critical of it, but if your specific problem is early player retention, giving people an excuse on day 1 that makes them have to log in on day 2 is critical. Because otherwise, I've seen players, I've actually seen this plenty of times on streams and stuff. I'll get a player who gets into EVE and they are fascinated by EVE. They love it. In fact, I've had a player who got into EVE, he was a streamer, and he ended up doing a 24-hour stream doing nothing but EVE because of how fascinated he was by EVE. I don't think I ever saw him again. Because it doesn't honestly matter how much that initial play session is good. There has to be something that gives you the smallest reason to log in tomorrow. And maybe that means that setting up something that will unlock tomorrow or whatever, but like giving people a bit of a journey that is more than just the MPE and more than just a thing you grind through is critical. Goals are a good way of looking at it too. But again, just the smallest thing. Hey, come back tomorrow. We'll have some other cool stuff for you. That is all the promise that people need. And if you give them more than that, more complicated than that, I fear that you might actually just lose people because these people aren't so invested to actually even understand. When I get my daily stuff, I spent the first 3 days, I didn't know what the fuck I was getting. I'm getting all these fucking currencies and upgrade stuff. I don't know what any of it is. I don't know why any of it's good. But I eventually do. But like being able to see the thing and being able to know like, oh, I need to get to day 10 because that's when I unlock this cool thing that I'm actually going to need for later on. Like that's what gets you to become to make it into a game that you play over the course of multiple days as opposed to a thing that you dabbled with this one time and then let sit off on the sideline for until it becomes relevant again. It's like when they complete the MPE and run some missions, they get bored of the game because of the repetition of missions. New players just do missions. Yeah, or mine or whatever. And this is what they've talked about many, many times before. Like when people talk about ganking being bad. Ganking is actually not bad for player retention. Sure, people quit the game when they get ganked, but it's also true that most players have to quit the game at least once before they join the game long term. The ganking experience may defeat somebody, but it sits in their brain like a splinter, and when they come back, they have a better understanding of how EVE works. The biggest problem, the threat for CCP, isn't that somebody will have something bad happen to them and then quit. That is not actually the problem. The problem is somebody get bored and quit. A good example of this, so Facebook, right? When Facebook first came out, it was you had to be at this one particular college in order to have a Facebook account. Once the game becomes a job of upkeep, they fall off after taking a break. They don't tend to return. Yes, exactly. True. The bottom line here is quitting out of boredom is bad. So how can we avoid people quitting out of boredom? A lot of people quit out of boredom, and those are the players that we're actually losing. So, Jesus, what are you doing with... Well, that's your fault for running around with 2 Thunderchilds. But I learned how to not get ganked like that again. See, proper attitude to have. Okay, so, but, okay, Facebook. When Facebook first came out, it was one college campus only. Why? It wasn't because their infrastructure couldn't allow for more people or anything like that. It was because they sat down and thought about it. Like, what is not just the optimal Facebook experience, but what is the worst result from like the people from the, you know, Facebook's point of view? What is the worst result for a person logging into Facebook? The worst result is someone logging in, seeing that there's nothing new being posted about, there's nothing new in their feed or anything like that, and so then they log out again. Because that person who came to Facebook put the energy into logging into Facebook and got nothing for it, the chances of them logging into Facebook again goes down. And so it was the goal of Facebook to make sure that whenever anyone logs into the system, there's something there for them to read about that is relevant to them. And so by starting at only one college, they made it sure that the majority of content on Facebook is going to be relevant to the majority of people. It's an actual community where you log in and there are things that are about your world being talked about. And then once that hit a sufficient threshold that there's enough people talking about stuff, what do? They expand it to more colleges and colleges in general. Because again, the idea is that we need to make sure that the community is established enough that they actually generate the content for each other. The worst thing to happen is to log into Facebook and there be no content for anybody. So that's why they rolled out Facebook that way. Likewise, in EVE, the worst scenario is someone coming in, having nothing to do, not knowing what to do, getting bored, and logging out. The chances of them ever coming back again, very low, right? So in that sense, ganking actually ends up becoming a good thing because at least it's exciting. At least it's something that keeps it in your mind. At least it's something that has happened, something that could theoretically be dealt with. Boredom is nothing. And then when they turn around, okay, well, what do I do in EVE? What do I do to not be bored? People say whatever you want. That's not an answer. What do I do in EVE? Oh, we'll join a null block. Okay, well, I join a null block. Here's an Ishtar. Now spin havens all day. Aren't you having fun? Right? Like, we teach people how to be bored in EVE, and then people quit. So boredom is the biggest threat here. And so giving people a reason to be like, hey, you've done enough for now, log out, but come back later. There's a reason why you want to log in every day just to check on something. Like, that is, in my opinion, very valuable. Now, what that becomes, how that becomes a thing, there's lots of ways of doing it. Daily is one of them. I mean, in a way, like, industry jobs are another thing. There's lots of little ways of doing it. I'm just saying that, like, if your critical concern is newer players quitting the game before they find the exciting thing, you have to communicate with them on a way that somebody who doesn't understand EVE will understand, right? You have to give them something that's understood and comprehended as valuable outside of the game space, right? So either way, something to think about. Let's keep going.
I think we talked about this at FanFest a few years ago. Like we were incredibly good at killing new players, like incredibly good at it, and we have to be a bit better in like holding them and nurturing them a bit. And
speaking of which, when I read this update, I was like, oh my god, we've got something to do this year, right? Like if there's campaigns, like that's something that we can actually get in and sink our teeth into. So much recently has been things that when we actively try to sink our teeth into it with our organization, with like basically nigh infinite wealth and a handful of people and like whatever, the ability to build up bigger, there has been nothing to actually bite onto and like participate. Drifter, and even when there is, it's nothing that can be done as like a cooperative group. Even the Drifter invasions were very much like solo-y stuff, although there was some fleet activities and stuff like that. But yeah, so I think that this whole, and that's the thing. A lot of people don't want to. A lot of people like to shit on the lore or whatever, but you know what people outside of the game understands? Lore, right? People understand that, oh, this empire's doing this thing and I can get involved. In nullsec, if an empire's doing a thing, it's not like you can directly get involved. The fact that there are things happening is actually something that is like interesting to do, right? Very, very important.
I mean, there are a lot of issues early on. Like there's like first impression issues. There's a lot of stuff you need to learn very quickly. There's a lot of like foreign stuff. What the hell is a capacitor? Oh, it's kind of a battery. Okay.
Man, the duality of man, like the Iris thing. Oh my god, everybody's mad because of the one cutscene in Eve and then stealth suits. Can we get more cutscenes in Eve? But yeah, live events, things to engage with, Shadow Wars type stuff, critical. Shadow Wars was huge.
I kind of get that. And there's also just a lot of scary things, like breaking the ice in communicating with people and kind of it's daunting, it's scary, and this is stuff that we want to dive into a bit more in 2026, and kind of fulfill the fantasy that we've had for a very long time to kind of how do we get new players into factional warfare? How do we?
You know that there is actually a real cutscene, and it's at the very beginning, right? When your pod, you're waking up, and then the air explodes. Like that is an actual cutscene, for the record. The biggest problem with cutscenes is that like is the idea that things frozen in time in EVE Online is always kind of problematic, which is why a lot of these cutscenes are in the form of like scope videos or trailers, etc. I just want a cutscene of Aura and Iris wrestling in nanojuice. Okay, well, your R34 fantasies of EVE Online notwithstanding.
We get them to like, participate in war, participate in kind of the trailers that that they see before they join the game, and that's something that we've been playing with now and are excited to.
There has been a problem with the MPE being like when they made the Inception MPE, the story was voice acted and everything, and ended up setting up people for failure because they had an expectation of what EVE was when it wasn't that. That said, I don't think that necessarily the real answer is to make the MPE weaker. That shows that people want that gameplay, and so they need to strengthen that. They need to make it so that missions are more engrossing, and et cetera, et cetera. People didn't walk away from the Inception MPE going, man, I hated that. They were like, oh my god, this is cool, I want to do more, and then they realized that there was no more, and so then they quit.
Share more on FanFest.
It is funny how like art imitates life in a sense where EVE players love new players that come in. They recognize that these new players are going to be instrumental to the future of everything. Recently, as one of our CSM was on the way to Iceland for the CSM summit, Kashal Aderon, her corp was robbed by like a rogue director who stole like 100 billion ISK worth of the free handouts that they give out. And the community reaction to that was just like, man, that guy's a jerk. Like usually when someone does a heist, they're like, oh, that guy's so cool. But
that was fascinating. That was really fascinating. So this guy like robs Brave. This is right after, like the Horde fail cascade and all that stuff. Brave is like part of this whole thing, at least tangentially when it comes to their politics. And so somebody thought it was really funny to just screw over Brave by stealing all of their like supplies for their training group and for their newbies, and then went on Reddit and like bragged about it. And everybody on Reddit was like, you're a complete douche. Why would you do that? And then like people pulled together to rebuild and support. Awesome.
So they're like, screw that guy. And they all just like overwhelmingly donated just a ton of stuff to Eve rookies. And Kashal, when we were talking to her, like as she arrived, she was like, we're already made whole. Like within like 12 hours, the community just overwhelmingly was like, yeah, you do stuff with new players. So it's cool to see that. And Okami, you were talking about this, like touching on some fundamental Eve systems in a long scale, or in the long term, and also kind of build into helping newer players get settled easier, feeling they're not playing a 22-year-old game all the time, but they're playing a game with like legacy and history and gravity.
Exactly. I think what's really important, like we have a living game, and it's been around for 23.
What they're touching on right now also reminds me of another thing that I want to talk about, which is that Josh Strife Hayes just came out with another banger of a video where he's talking about Ashes of Creation, I think is what it was called. There's some MMO that is now officially dead that was kickstarted, and he's exploring the idea of why this happens, why new MMOs get announced, get kickstarted, everybody like becomes fanatical about it, they make tons of money, and then it basically never even is produced. That like, why is it that in a genre where everyone's always looking for the next best thing and rallying behind it, why do we still have our big ones be, you know, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, EverQuest Online? You know, we've had the same big MMOs for 10, 15 years, and yet like people are always kind of hungering for the next big thing. And well, you should watch this video because it's fantastic. He's looking at it from like the players, like why do these communities crop up and why do they behave the way that they do? And totally watched that video and signed up in 2018 for $100. I apologize for your loss, but that video is very insightful. So the idea is that like MMOs themselves are not mechanically great video games, right? Like, and this is true, like as they've gotten better, but it is true that given the fact that they are an MMO has caused designers to have to compromise. Yeah, Josh Strife Hayes. Yeah. Compromise on design to a certain extent. It can only be so responsive because you're dealing with lag. It can only be so complex, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's a sad truth is that most of those MMOs are just better because they were raw before being cooked into dark pattern machines. I mean, you're not necessarily wrong about that, but we're not even talking about bad games that come out like free-to-play predatory games. We're talking about necessarily like games that don't even necessarily ever come into existence. Why are people constantly supporting these things? And more importantly, why are those communities so aggressive? And he points out that like MMOs, people don't tend to play MMOs because they're mechanically interesting, right? You play single player games, a lot of single player games, because you enjoy playing the game. The game itself is really good for whatever reason, technical or whatever. But MMOs, a lot of people play it for the social aspect. When people quit MMOs, it's often because their social group is dead, right? Not because the game, as much as we like to threaten developers with quitting the game because of X, Y, or Z change, the God honest truth is that the vast majority of people who quit MMOs after playing it for a long time quit it because their social connections get disrupted, not because the MMO becomes bad, right? So what ends up happening is you have this community, you have this group of people who want to play MMOs, which deep down inside most people want to play MMOs not because they're so exciting, but because of the social community to it. Even if this is just you like it for PvP or whatever, right? Like that's still a social component, right? So like the idea is that by buying into the next big MMO, they're not just buying into that game, they're buying into the future social community that they will have a place in. The problem here is that people that are happy with where they're at in MMO space aren't the ones making this noise. The people that are happy with the MMOs that they're playing are just happily playing the MMOs that they're playing. The culture, the part of our culture that is devoted to like the next big thing when it comes to MMOs are often lacking a solid connection in one of the pre-existing MMOs. And so now we have these MMOs with social communities that are well established, and you have people that are on the outside of those communities, and for whatever reason, failed to integrate with those pre-existing communities, and for various reasons, either because they're antisocial, or because they're toxic, or because the game just didn't work out right, or whatever. So they are longing for a communal game that they have a place in, and they don't see themselves as having a place in any of the existent MMOs. And that's why they continually go after these new ones, and why they're so aggressive about it, and why they're so insular about it, and why they're so strong about building communities around these games that don't even exist yet, because they are praying and hoping and committing and basically gambling on, they're betting on the idea that they are building a new social community that will stand the test of time, in which they will be important. Hell, it's what's happening with me in Enfield, I realized, right? I got into Enfield, and I'm playing it so much because I'm like, oh, this could be a new big thing. And so me talking about it could be a big deal. I could be a someone in this world. All the way back to when EVE Online, when I first started writing about EVE Online, I actually started writing about MechWarrior Online, because at the time, Jester Trek had his blog, and he blogged about EVE Online every single day. And there was other bloggers. There was a whole blog sphere in EVE back then. But the whole point was that, like, I can't be the Jester Trek for EVE Online. EVE Online already has a Jester Trek. So I'm going to try to be the Jester Trek for this new community, because at the time MechWarrior Online was still in alpha testing, right? And so I tried to do the same thing. I made my own blog, and I started writing about MechWarrior Online. I tried to get a daily posting, right? And it was actually like, by coordinating and communicating with other people within the MechWarrior Online social community and blogosphere, that brought me back to EVE Online, because the guy who I ended up meeting up, or like talking with about all this, ended up being a writer for the Mittani.com back when it was that. And so they hired me originally on the Mittani.com to write about MechWarrior Online, which I did, but I'm there, so I might as well also write about EVE. And that's how I started blogging and writing and all that stuff about EVE. Now, I'd already done like podcasts and stuff with High Drag, but like that literally is what got me like bootstrapped into the broader EVE community, because I thought that I wouldn't be able to make it directly. The EVE community is well established. How am I? And we see this all the time when we talk to newer players, when they talk about things like, how can I catch up? How can any group become big? How can there be a new Goon Swarm when Goon Swarm already exists? And underlying all of this is this quiet question: is there a place for me in this universe? It's not just whether or not it's fun, because if it's rewarding, then it's worth doing. But if there isn't a place for me, if everything's already being done, if the T1 industry is not profitable because somebody's already able to do it all, if all of the big groups, if all of the things have been explored, then there's no real place for me here. We need to not just teach people that EVE Online is accessible and potentially fun, but we need to help people understand that there is, in fact, still a place for them in our game. And that is going to be a much more difficult point of view, because everybody's just going to see this as a 20-year-old game where progress is where there is no end game. How am I ever going to catch up? I can't catch up with skill points. I can't catch up by anything like that. Yes, it has been done by you. Absolutely. It happens all the time. As a matter of fact, I would argue that almost everybody who successfully integrates into EVE Online has done it. But it's not just about convincing people that it's this living sci-fi universe that's interesting to check out. We have to help people understand that there's a place for them. And I think that this is one of the reasons why newer players get really excited about concepts like Signal Cartel or ask questions like, are there anything that's left that's undiscovered? Like novel things, bleeding edge of understanding of the game is where new players get really excited because it's all unknown to them, but they don't really want to tread where everybody else already has been and be told that their stuff is dumb, right? But when something exciting is happening, Triglavian invasions, even the Drifter crisis to a certain extent, like these end up being what people see as an opportunity for them to find a place in this universe. And that is the biggest problem. That goes back to my top 10 thing that I was talking about, right? So much of this game is just like finding your place in the universe. If you ask anybody, what should I do? They're either going to tell you the bad answer or they're going to tell you whatever you want to do. Having to find your place in the universe is a huge ask and is the biggest problem and task for every new player in EVE Online. And so that's why people talk about, oh, we need to get people in corporations, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't necessarily know how to solve the problem, but the way Josh Strife Hayes talks about potential players of MMOs, what kind of person is trying out a new MMO, or in this case, what kind of person is trying out EVE for the first time now in the year of Bob 2026 or YC128? Why are they doing it? What are they looking for? And I think ultimately we got to grab hold of that and make sure that they understand that it's there for them, that they may not be there right now, that their stuff might be small and they might be having to put in work and it may be hard, but there is a community for them to be engaged with. It's a good community. We're not all psychopaths in space. And that's why I focus so much on the living story and what we have done in the universe, because it's very easy for us being the participants to lose track of that. It's very easy for us to be like, bah, that thing isn't that big of a deal, or psh, this is that. It only ended up being this small thing, right? Like the Turner explosion. A lot of people saw the Turner explosion as a disappointment. We came all this way and nothing happened. And yet nowadays there are people that are jealous of me that I got to be there for the Turner event. It was a thing that happened. And so this is a very complex situation, and it's because it's one of those things that we don't really talk about directly. But I think that this is why things like freelance jobs and stuff are possibly the road forward. But we can't half-ass this shit. It's why I wish they would extend the NPC efforts past the tutorial into early games and new capsules to introduce new concepts and mechanics instead of just anoms and level 1 missions. I agree. I honestly think that there should be an alternative version of the MPE. You don't have to do it, but there should be a thing that kind of gets you introduced to different stuff, right? There should be an MPE that at least teaches you that the concept of the Abyss exists. There should be, or you could, it doesn't even have to be an MPE. It could be achievement system, whatever you want, right? That makes people actually incentivized and feel like they're being asked to do different things. I know a lot of EVE players don't like to be told what to do, but being asked what to do allows you to say yes or no, right? I think we need more of that.
Years now, and we want it to keep going on. So we have to realize and recognize that there are new generations of people who are onboarding into this game, and their sort of lived reality in the context of them coming into.
Isn't that the Air Career Program? Yes, which is why it is good. But that's also goes back into my statement about you can't half-ass this shit, right? It's there, but it's too easy to be on the sidelines, and it's not quite there. It's in the correct direction, and I think that the Air Career Program and its success only proves what I'm saying. Double down on that shit.
EVE is different than when we did. Gaming was different when you started playing EVE. When you started playing EVE,
How many people in rookie chat are like, "What's next?" Right? It's okay, play the MPE. Okay, great. What's next? Do the career agents. Okay, great. What's next? Do whatever you want. Wait, what do you mean whatever I want? As soon as there's no longer an answer to what's next, at least as even a suggestion, then people just burn out. All right.
And their sort of lived reality in the context of them coming into EVE is different than when we did. Gaming was different when you started playing Eve, the expectations that you had at that time, the attention that you had at that time were very different. And so a lot of now when I think about design for Eve Online, it's about how do we design for the modern like context while sort of preserving the heart and core and soul of what's there. And I think like a glimpse of that is what the work we did with the mining UX and the mining experience.
Here's a good example. And yes, I paused the video again. Look, let it not be said that I'm just a stupid reaction channel that gets views off of other people's stuff. Like, comment, subscribe, all that sort of. By the way, actually, like full stop. I had a lot of viewers yesterday, not a lot of likes. It hurt my feelings. So I'm just going to say, like, for realsy though, I need more likes. All right. But so shoot, what was I going to say? Oh yeah. So the problem is, we don't need somebody to be like, oh, I need a new spaceship online game to play and then go check out Eve. What we need is a college student who's a graphics designer who wants to get more into graphics design and so realizes that there's this whole world here to participate in with making propaganda, kind of like Evaganda or whatever, right? We need... One of the reasons why I've stuck with Eve Online is because... Hey, thanks. One of the reasons why I stuck with Eve Online wasn't because I wanted to get better at Eve Online. It's because I wanted to get better at streaming. I wanted to get better at content creation. I wanted to get better at videos creation. I wanted to get better at messaging. I wanted to get better at leadership. You know, I wanted to practice those skills. And Eve Online as a game is actually at a really, really, really great place to practice those skills. I mean, people have gone on to create Fortune 500 companies based on their knowledge of Eve Online. Like, if you have a talent in real life, you can apply that talent in Eve and become successful. That's the message we need to teach people. Not that they can come and rat and like make a fortune, but it's like, oh man, you like doing this, you should come and do this in space. You wanted to try to become a politician? Guess what? We've got space politics. You want to be a military leader? Guess what? We've got like military command. If we actually sold it on that kind of stuff, I feel like we would get a different group of people rather than like select for people that are willing to play the early gameplay and then like hope that some of them also want to get into graphics design and want to get into leadership and want to get into communications and want to get into all this sort of stuff. Like Eve should be seen as a petri dish for people to play around with, right? Right now I don't feel. I mean, there's medication if you're having depression. I don't know what you mean by that. But yeah. All right. Either way, I'm sorry. We're going to get back to what the important people have to say.
Experience where we just said, hey, this thing is super old. Like it's not fun. Let's be real. Like the way mining worked, people were just used to it. That's how it worked, but it wasn't great. And it didn't feel super sci-fi. And you didn't get the information that you needed or might have expected coming into a game that's this crazy sci-fi game. And so we just said, let's push that bar up and even like 10%. And I think we're seeing how people react to and feel when we kind of tend to the game in that way. And so a lot of what we'll do with newer players especially is thinking about how, like, what do they expect when they come in? And how do we just like make them feel cool here? How do we make them like see what a cool game this is and just like understand some of this stuff? There's a lot of knowledge-based mastery in Eve, but we want to look at where we want to do that meaningfully, and then the other stuff that are just like hard things that people just had to learn. Can we just soften that a little bit? Just to...
Right now, I don't feel like the rewards scale well with new player experiences. Then they see the goal really far off and kind of get turned off, see it happen over and over again. Yeah, actually, Sergeant, that's actually a really good point too, which is that like, so the thing I really like about skill planning or skill training is like, it causes people to start thinking about the game on a longer scale, which is a very useful step, like getting people to stop thinking about Eve in the terms of like minutes and hours and start thinking about the Eve in the terms of like weeks and years. Very, very important step to the whole thing. But when somebody does figure out what they want to do, and then they get told that they have to train for it, and they have to train that, and so they won't be able to do it for 20 days, you have lost that person. If you tell them, oh yeah, go away, or you've got nothing more to do for the next 20 days, like, that person's not going to log in every single day. And the chance that that person logs in 20 days is very low. there needs to be there needs to be a little bit of massaging for that, because it's too easy for EVE Online to tell you to go away for a while, and not enough ways for EVE to say, hey, come back again. You know, it goes back to, like, there's a Zero Punctuation review where he says, like, this feels like the only game that doesn't want you to fucking play. And he's right. Like, for a new player experience, there's a lot of moments where EVE is literally telling you not to play. 3 million skill points does help with that. Use the buddy link down below. I've started doing the daily rewards on PI alt with MCT. It's surprisingly engaging to level up. Yeah, they've done a lot to make it better, but that doesn't make these fundamental problems not true. Also, hey, Noisy Gamer. That's why I wish they would rethink SP gain. Adding SP to missions, LP stores would be great. Well, I mean, I think that, like, adding more, like, the fact that they've added in skill injectors, the fact that they've added in daily injectors, the fact that they've added in login rewards and task rewards with SP, I think that's good. That's very good. In fact, I've argued that many, many times before, because telling people that it's just another month is actually really, really, really bad. Giving some way for people to be able to proactively work towards those timers, very critical towards success. I don't know if it's done enough, and that's why I keep on coming back to, like, in a lot of these games, they give you critical pieces that you need during your first areas. Like, for instance, with a lot of gacha games, in the process of getting started, during your login rewards or whatever, they make sure to give you a few champions or whatever that are critical pieces to making teams work, either like healers or tanks, like some sort of like cornerstone like character, so that way you can still go get like your big flashy awesome rare badass dude, but at the very least you have the pieces that it takes to be a functional team for free, right? And I don't know how EVE matches that exactly. You know, you could do skill books. I think that, you know, back in the day when they had the alpha program first come out with battleships, there's an event that gave alphas the battleship skill book. I think that went really well. You don't necessarily want to make ships out of nowhere, but, like, it's one of those cursed design problems, because that is the obvious answer, right? That is the obvious answer. Missions should give you stuff that you will then need to use on the future stuff, right? But that doesn't work with the way that the market and the way that EVE works with the sandbox and with the open market and no soulbound stuff. Like, it doesn't work with that. You could make it so that it's SP based. I actually think that what could happen is not just giving people raw SP, but giving people chips that give you SP towards specific skills, right? So, like, maybe if you do Galente missions, you get a ticket that gives you 10,000 SP into Drones 5. If you already have Drones 5, that is useless to you. But if you don't have Drones 5, it gets you closer to Drones 5. I think that might be closer, but again, this is a very, very difficult problem. I don't know if there's a good answer for it. This is just me shooting in the air. Luckily, I'm not these guys, so I don't actually have to have an answer.
Make it more approachable so people can get into the cool part of the game where they actually need to put that effort in.
Expert systems are good, and they do give out expert systems in the NPE. Maybe you could do that more. But I also think that just like chips that give you, again, so the best example of this is people used to talk about getting rid of power grid upgrades and energy grid upgrades, because they end up being this big barrier for newer players. More importantly, they become a barrier for newer players to utilize established fits, right? Because, like, a new player needs the fit designed for them. It gets designed for them by somebody who has those skills, and so then they fit it, and they don't have the fitting to fit it, and they don't know necessarily how to fix it, because the game doesn't actually teach you about how power grid and CPU works. So if the tutorial tried to give you something that you couldn't fit, they do this actually a little bit in the tutorial when it comes to, like, not having the skills to use a specific module. They give you the module, you can't activate it, and so then they give you some skill points and tell you to inject that skill. What I'd like to see is a thing where it's like they put it on there and it's like, oh, well, your power grid is overloaded, and then they just give you the next rank of power grid upgrades, and that instantly fixes your problem. So that way people can see power grid is a thing. This is what it's like to not have enough. This is what it's like to have enough. And now I can move on. So rather than get rid of the power grid upgrades skill completely, maybe allow people to just get it for free as part of the MPE, as part of the instructional process of learning what power grid is at all. My concern about getting rid of skills is that oftentimes, at least for me, when I first started, those skills were the only reason why I got introduced to certain mechanics. Going through the skills, looking through them all, and seeing what they do is one of the few clues that you get to some of these mechanics in the game. So just giving a person an expert system that solves the problem for them, I don't know if that's necessarily great either, but like making it so that the act of gaining the skill is made a bit more visceral and helps you understand what's actually going on a little bit better, I think would be good.
Yeah, and striking that balance between like, oh, you still need to like.
But then, of course, people are going to complain because they don't want it. They want to just be able to skip it and have the skill anyway. Blah 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 blah. Nothing's perfect.
Master concept. It's not all given to you.
Yeah,
but it's not. Yeah.
Like the other stuff that are just like hard things that people just had to learn. Can we just soften that a little bit just to make it more approachable so people can get into the cool part of the game? Where
what if EVE was a learnable game through play?
Yeah, and striking that balance between like, oh, you still need to like master a concept. It's not all given to you.
Yeah,
but it's not just like beating you over the head before you can even get involved.
Right.
In something like that.
Exactly.
Space for trial and error.
Yeah.
Like a little bit of like just confidence we've talked a lot about.
Yeah. So it'd be easy to grasp, hard to master. Like that's kind of the aim.
Right on. So we talked a little bit about.
What if you could just ask Aura, hey, what else should I fit on this ship? Do we think that that's going to come in February? Like is that what EVE Evolved is this year? Is the EVE Evolved update going to be LLM Aura?
The major update stuff. We teased a little bit about stuff that's coming in the major update. It'll be really exciting, and we'll talk to people more about it as we get a little bit closer, and we know all the cool exact things that we're going to put in there. But what about like the next expansions and FanFest, and what can players kind of look forward to? Don't spoil everything. We got to keep them like still interested. We got other dev chats to have.
Yeah.
But like, what can people like look forward to for FanFest and just the rest of 2026?
Well, FanFest is always crazy, so you know.
So worth noting, nothing that's mentioned here is going to be expected for the major update. So that's something. No, Aura will tell me to put. I want a forum. I want a subreddit dedicated to shit fits that Aura has come up with. I want that so bad.
It's just always amazing, so you can always look forward to that. But we are putting more focus on new players, and we're also putting more focus on war in general, and you know, war being kind of the purpose, you know, what kind of drives purpose, and really, you know, makes you want to dive into the game. So we've been looking at ways how to kind of expand faction warfare. You know, are there opportunities to kind of allow the war to spill more into high sec? You know, is there a way to kind of create clear objectives of the war? We understand that faction warfare can kind of, you know, capturing a plex, then capturing another plex, and then losing, and then, you know, it becomes a grind quite quick.
So what I'm hearing here is rein in our expectations for the Gallente presidential election event. Because like they're talking about a lot of this stuff, that stuff about faction warfare bleeding into high second stuff. This is all expansion and past. So whatever's going to happen now is going to be more minor than that. Just good to know.
Right now, or kind of quite repetitive. So
for 23 years, whenever.
Yeah, plus minus. So we've been looking at ways to kind of add more meaning and kind of more objectives to the war. And this is something that we've been calling military campaigns. That name might change. No, love it.
No, I think we're keeping it. It's
keeping
just very clear
now, so we got to keep it.
We got to keep it.
So it's for me, there's a promise of EVE is that you can, like, it's different than other games. Like,
you reminded me of the Tech 3 shuttle video from like way back in the day.
Like I came from Dawk and World of Warcraft, and you'd capture Terran Mill, and then you'd lose it overnight, and then you'd go back, and then Dawk never really, like, you could never actually win and conquer and hold land, and like that was the idea. And then they just gave up on it and had battlegrounds, and I feel like faction warfare is just kind of like battlegrounds. You just, if you don't know, it's just like
the eternal tug of war.
Eternal PvE that really doesn't do anything. It's just like, it's a guaranteed fight. Like it's guaranteed, and you'll get rewards and you get LP, and like that's interesting. But this idea of a meaningful.
Terran Mill was so good. For those of you who do not know, when World of Warcraft first came out, there was like, before they even came out with any of the battlegrounds or anything like that, like the structured PvP environments, there's this one area, I think it was South Shore, that was relevant because it was like the very first zone as you're going through the game that was both Horde and Alliance. And, you know, back then, like, that was a very hard distinction. And so basically every single PvP server, that site, South Shore, was a non-stop 24/7 slaughter fest as players just fought each other, pushing back and forth between the two towns to try to hold the territory or push people back. Hold on, I've got a phone call.
Like impact, like actually
impact.
Changing something is that like Eve can only do. Like there's no other game that like really allows you to change the universe, Nyarja or whatever, like a meaningful change happen. But we hide a lot of it through sovereignty, which is nullsec, which is far away, and then faction warfare, which is kind of like there's a lot of hurdles from a new player to faction warfare, not just standings and all that. Just like it just takes weeks of gameplay to get the confidence to go somewhere in PvP. So impact from day one is something that is kind of like a goal for us. It's not going to happen overnight, but the idea is, can you be impactful on day one? Can you actually come in, do the MPE, and then immediately do something that maybe not, like maybe it's an alternative. You can do career agents, or maybe you can do X, and that's actually maybe contributing to something. And that's the dream, like because that's the evenness of the whole thing, is that it's different than other games.
Yeah, we talked a lot about it when we're
making the thing, giving a player something early that they can do that is definitively meaningful, right? Even if it's in a small way, I think is a critical thing, right? To give people an alternative to career agents that also affects the current war and shows them that, even if it's just kind of like, I don't know how you would do it, but like, I think that that's critical, because like giving people meaning, the meaning behind what you're doing is what makes EVE Online interesting. But yeah, going back to Toromil, right? Like that fight was ongoing. It was natural. Nobody made it happen, but it happened because there was no other avenue for players to get their combat like engagement in. I think this was even before like a lot of the PvP rewards were put into the game. But I think there was some time where you could get like PvP rewards, and so that was one of the reasons why I did it. But like obviously when Warsong Gulch and other battlegrounds and stuff like that came out, people navigated towards that, and so that open world nonstop combat kind of went away. But it is true that basically that was a critical moment in gaming broadly. The idea that the community became that invested in fighting just for its own sake. And so we saw this kind of semi-organized, ongoing, nonstop conflict over a specific zone just because it happened to be the zone to fight over, is one of those things that game developers have been looking at for decades and been like, wow, that is magic. How do we get that to happen again? I miss the old AV, the week-long war that was. Yeah, man. So back then, it took, like, our server wasn't big enough at the time, so we would actually have to like coordinate on the forums ahead of time to like start the AV. But like Alterac Valley would last for days. You'd fight all day, and then you'd go to bed, and then you'd wake up and they're still fighting in the same one. Like that was crazy. And that honestly, like, there's a reason why everybody's bringing it up and feeling no need to explain themselves beyond just referencing it, right? Like this was huge in gaming, and they've tried to replicate it ever since. Would making the Magic 14 a must for new players be a good thing? I think that helping people know what they are and helping people like put them in your training group, and maybe even helping you understand why the Magic 14 are the Magic 14, like what they actually do that's so good, would be good. I think getting rid of them altogether loses something, because like I said, there's in each skill there's a lesson, right?
in preparation for Uprising. We talked a lot about this idea of empires at war and then stitching the boots, and this idea of like war doesn't only happen on the front lines. It also happens like, you know, in the headquarter systems where you're making, you know, you're building the ship, you're you know, stacking up the ammunition and things like that. You're planning out the next, you know, your next attack, and we really want to kind of find ways to kind of push this idea forward.
And there has been a lot of strain, or there's a lot of focus on the war headquarters systems. In fact, a lot of this mining changes that happened, I don't know if you guys noticed, but the new mining sites are clustered around war headquarters, the 4 major war headquarters. And that goes back to whether or not Itaki will remain a war headquarters. But yeah, like, trust me, guys, CCP is clearly indicating that these things are important to them. So you might want to think about it. I know that like Amar Militia has been working hard to build up their headquarters. I think Mimitar Militia has been working hard to build up their headquarters. I know a lot of people scoffed at the shipcasters, but CCP really wants them to matter. And war headquarters have mining bonuses.
So you feel like you're contributing something to something greater right from the bat.
Yeah, and that, I mean, those analogies also play to the largest conflicts that happen in nullsec too. I remember meeting one player at FanFest who didn't get involved in any of the null wars or anything like that, but he made every single stiletto that players used in the war. Like, he cornered the market on stilettos to the point where no one ever wanted to make it. There were like other things that they could do. They were making units and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So he was like, I'm going to be the stiletto guy. And he just has like the knowledge that every stiletto that was lost in that war, every scout that went out, every interceptor that tackled someone, he was like, yeah, I did that.
Yeah.
I am the reason that that fight happened in that way. And it's super cool that players can have that impact, right? Like, you can have that person who is the builder that still has a huge impact on this huge conflict 20 jumps away between 50,000 players that they might.
I wouldn't mind it if there were new things added to LP markets that would give you the skills for free. So then you could just like grind with certain missions in order to get the skills that you don't necessarily want to train. I don't know. There's all kinds of different ideas about how to get around it. Getting rid of them completely is not the answer.
Not know.
And we don't even show it to them because we don't have manufacturer on like the ship because like just can't. But it loads of people don't understand or realize that when they go into the market, it's not an NPC market. Like everything is.
I've noticed that more and more people saying that you need to share and be nice, etc., along with a slow shift of EVE becoming more theme park than sandbox. It's a PvP game with full loot mechanics, not WoW. I agree with that. Well, so EVE has always had theme park mechanics as well as sandbox. They have. That's the way it works. Now, I think that the idea that you need to share and be nice, one of the things that have always been pretty exceptional about EVE, and one of the things that has made EVE so interesting for people with things like the friendship machine, is like the idea that, yes, everybody can be bad to each other, which is what makes the fact that they're nice to each other so interesting. When you create these extremely harsh environments, you actually begin to tease out the true nature of people. And I think that as EVE's community has grown, or at least expanded away from what it originally was, you see a lot of people that are more interested in being nice in an environment where that means something. But there's other changes too, like for instance, the war deck changes make it so that organizations can grow without fear of being stomped by big, mean people. Yeah, I mean, I think that to argue, well, PvE raids would be incursions, right? I don't know if I would necessarily say that there's been a drift towards theme park. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff for sandbox as well, but CCP can generate theme parkish content because they're the content like they are the universe. I like to say, like, the only thing that CCP can do is make PvE because they are the E in PvE. It's up to us to make the PvP. They can just create the opportunities for PvP, right? Too nice of a galaxy is cringe. Absolutely. Well, the counterforce to that is if people are too nice and too trusting, then being bad is highly rewarded. And we see that too, right? Trust is incredibly powerful, but trust can only be very powerful if it's also balanced by being able to be broken. Granted, but when people just want to boost and don't want to join a group, then they get mad when you call them leeches. I mean, yeah, but this is congratulations. That's what social engagements look like. That's what having social experiences are like. There's going to be people. Yeah, that's the way that works. What is this theme park change? I want PvE to be bland, boring, and bottable. Yeah, exactly. Like so many people. Yeah. EVE is a social game. You can't control people's behaviors, but more importantly, different behaviors are what makes it interesting in the first place. Do you have to have an alt to be in faction warfare? You don't have to be. No, you can actually join nowadays. Since you can do direct enlistment, you can leave faction warfare whenever you want. Faction warfare does not damage standings nearly as much as what some people used to be afraid of. I think that, I mean, I do faction warfare in my main all the time. If you want to be able to do things actively and safely in high sec and do faction warfare, then it'd probably be good to have two different characters. But you can always just jump into faction warfare for a time and then jump out. You just have to wait 24 hours before you jump in again. And you have to have the correct standings. So don't burn your standings with one of the empires you want to work with, and it'd be fine.
Made by players. So like that's often like a conversion point or a retention point when they realize, no way, like everything in the market, hundreds of thousands of items, someone made them from scratch.
Yeah.
It's almost inconceivable.
I'm getting
It's a
some
big
horrible
thing.
flashbacks here because this is very much how I first started the game as well. I had no idea that the items on the market were from other players. So there were two items that were identical on the market. It was actually a shuttle, but I was like, okay, this shuttle's 10,000 is, but this shuttle's 100,000 is. I'm gonna save up so much to get this shuttle that's 10 times better. And what actually happened is I just got scammed by some dude and overpaid for a shuttle, and it made me so mad that I like just stuck with the game just to prove that I wasn't the stupid guy that got fooled.
And
by
now you work
someone.
here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and above all of that, when we talk about campaigns, there's another part of EVE that I think doesn't get enough love and attention sometimes, which is our sort of like rich world building and lore. Like, it is so cool, but sometimes so opaque. So with campaigns, this becomes another sort of storytelling device for us, where we can really put sort of some of our central players in the universe and actors at the forefront of what's happening. Like, these empires, our 4 empires, have needs, they have desires, and they have goals, and we want to be able to have those manifest in ways that players can either like support with their action and vote on the outcomes through aiding the empires and their objectives, or other organizations potentially.
Of all of the things, I've talked to a lot of fucking players. New players, old players, ex-players. I've talked to a lot of players in my years. The number one thing, well, first of all, the number 2 thing that I have heard cited time and time and time again to be the thing that got them to be big into EVE Online is Dust 514. I know it's very weird, but like, it was this interesting catalyst moment. Actually, I don't know. Maybe that'll be 3. Number 2 would be BTEC R, because that was a huge thing that got into the news. But the number one thing that has really got people, like when people talk to me about like, this is what got me into EVE, not just got me to try EVE, but got me into EVE, got me to be invested in EVE, got me to become an EVE player, was the Triglavian invasions. It was so big for so many people. Everybody, not everybody, but like every player had the opportunity at least to have an opinion about it. Right. And I think that, like, if you think about that as like the first of these campaigns, and then even the Drifter Crisis to a certain extent was another critical one. We haven't seen the fallout from that with players yet, but it cannot be overstated how powerful invasions were in the consciousness of the player base from that point on. And you see it all over and over again. Most of the people that run around in Pochfin and care about Pochfin do so because of some, like, they're holding on to some thread. They're hoping for that thing that they got from invasions. And a lot of them are honestly frustrated. Hell, TL is one of them, I know, where it's like, they're still here because they just want that moment again. And it hasn't given it to them yet. But like, they've gotten close, but ultimately there are so many people that were so inspired by what Invasions was, even before Chapter 3, and are hanging on and staying with the game and keeping up with the game, hoping for that kind of thing to happen again. It's huge. What got me into Eve was Earth and Beyond shutting down. Oof. The Trig War turned him into a bitter vet when the Caldari were the only NPC that could not hold their own without player help. It was, there's a lot to it. And yeah, no, the Caldari sucked at fighting the Trig. That's absolutely true. MPE should push people towards faction warfare. MPE should push people towards faction commitment. Again, and this goes back to what they're talking about here, is that like one of the things that we need to break out of is the idea that faction warfare, the mechanics that we currently think of as faction warfare, is the only way to be an active supporter of a faction. There needs to be faction support where the conflict over plexes and space in the contested zone of faction warfare is just one component of that. But there's more to it, and they've played around with this before and have kind of half-assed it, and we've, you know, we're at where we're at because of that. But ultimately, people, not everybody, but there is a significant amount of players and humans out there that want to pick one of the factions, the NPC factions, and commit to them, be it Trig, Gallente, Caldari, and they are hungering, they are desperate, they are picking off of scraps and making the smallest little bit work to get them by. If they got given what they wanted, like what is this election going to be? Are we going to be able to influence the election? That could inspire people in a way that ISK and other stuff like that just won't. Nullsec empires would be considered as factions in lore, but most faction warfare people can't accept that. No, I don't actually think so, because so nullsec empires are huge. Don't get me wrong, but like in the lore, the comparison between the might of a nullsec, any given nullsec empire, and like one of the factions, they've got quadrillions of people in the empires, and they have a lot of control over the infrastructure in ways that players don't. So to consider them the same, like maybe I would argue that like even the largest ones like the Imperium are closer to like the Angel Cartel than the Federation as far as like size and scope and power
in the future as well. And so this will let new players who come in get a just easier glimpse of what's happening in New Eden and who's doing what. And like you guys were saying, I can do something, I can help, right? Like I can
did you know that lore-wise, Tribute was once owned by the Caldari state, and the state is the only empire that consider null entities as sovereign nations? The state is also the only empire that has sovereignty in null security space. Lore-wise, player titans are smaller than empire titans? No. Player titans and empire titans are the same, but all of the titans that we now know of are just like weaker versions, smaller iterations of the Lapitan titans, which most of the empires still do have their Lapitan titans, but there's like maybe one or two of each of those. Most of the empires deploy normal titans, like you see in all of the war headquarters and stuff like that.
Whether I'm flying into factional warfare to help flip some systems or get a goal, kind of an objective completed for the side that I'm on, I could also just maybe manufacture some things or turn some things in or support in other ways or clean up some rats in a certain area and see that I'm getting the...
Can you imagine somebody who gets a Catalyst BPO and they're like, okay, I'm going to build catalysts. And like right now you get told, oh yeah, it's probably not worth it to build catalysts because of the market. But what if the Gallente are needing catalysts for a thing, and you can make a little progress bar go up, even if it's the tiniest bit, because you've turned in a catalyst? I think that that's going to get people to dig into it. By the way, I'm about to have somebody show up at my house I'm going to have to deal with for like a minute or two. Oh, never mind. They're already here. I will be back in like a few seconds. I'm going to keep playing this and listen to it, and then we'll come back and talk about it. And maybe we'll get an opportunity to actually listen to some of what they have to say instead of pausing it every 6 seconds. I will be right back.
And vote on the outcomes through aiding the empires and their objectives or other organizations potentially in the future as well. And so this will let new players who come in get a just easier glimpse of what's happening in New Eden and who's doing what. And like you guys were saying, I can do something, I can help, right? Like whether I'm flying into factional warfare to help flip some systems or get a goal, kind of an objective completed for the side that I'm on, I could also just maybe manufacture some things or turn some things in or support in other ways or clean up some rats in a certain area and see that I'm getting the feedback, that I'm supporting my side, and that progress is leading towards a meaningful outcome or a meaningful potential change in the universe.
Yep. And we basically we give people more agency and more kind of ability to set the risk that they're willing to take. Do they want to hang back and help out, in the back home in high sec, or do they want to go out to the front lines or dive into battlefields, day one?
So I guess it's safe to say that in 2026 we're going to be hearing from the empires, or at least players are going to be interacting with the empires a little bit more.
Yeah, they are major players in this universe, and we feel like they've kind of taken the backseat for a little while. We've had the Deathless and the Drifters recently, and it's time to kind of revitalize this war between the empires and their conflict. We'll be seeing a lot happen there.
Yeah, and kind of sharpen their story a bit. Like, we haven't really progressed the empire story for a while.
Yep.
And I think there's a lot of I think we can go a bit darker.
Nice. He was actually super dark compared to almost everything out there. So that we're going to go a little bit darker is
There's a
scary
lot
but
of
exciting.
chronicles that are
More
than PG-13, I think.
Yeah.
No, I love that because from that modern new player, you expect there's an NPC faction that I belong to when I start, whatever that is, and then I will eventually progress. But there's something that's happening. But this would be different, and aiding someone I think is just such a core experience. Just immediately, it's interesting. You're if you just donate that shuttle to the cause, you're that feels good. It's better than just selling it or trash looting it. It's just it feels better.
One of the other very dumb things, this is just a whole flashback of all the dumb decisions I made, is starting on, I was in the Center for...
Well, yeah, I mean, and it realized that ultimately the Guristas were just going to bring enough. But I mean, in a way, that's kind of the way it works, right? Hey, look at you. Hold on. Go darker, how? Chaos? Well, I mean, bad things can happen. Hold on. Where'd you go? Dang it. All right. I mean, Eve can get dark, man. Eve has actually not been... The lore of Eve has been less dark recently, I would say. I don't know. We could see.
Advanced Studies as my first character. I was I want to help the Center for Advanced Studies. They're cool. So there was an option. I don't know if we've removed it, but there's an option to donate your money to the NPC Corp. I was oh, that'll probably carry me favor or something. So I did, and nothing happened. My standings didn't change. No one cared. And I told people in the rookie help chat, they were just yeah, you just lost all that money. You can't get it back. They're son of a bitch.
Well, even look at the holoclone thing. The holoclone story was a little bit darker, but I think that again, sci-fi is really good at kind of experimenting with things like post-humanism. So, I don't know. Upwell could be sinister.
So that was just another moment that made me want to stick
But
it.
it made you feel good.
Yeah,
when it did.
for a little while.
Yeah,
in the moment.
But now that people are going to be able to do stuff like that and actually have an impact and actually get that feeling that I was seeking back then.
You can donate your ISK to Kami Corp.
Yeah. I hear that you can double it if I give it
absolutely.
to you.
Yeah. Just in a couple weeks. So
Yeah.
But I think it's on faction warfare, because there is a reinforcement option in Plexus. You can put LP or something in it to strengthen it, right? So
That's actually
no
true,
one
Noisy.
appreciates it, so you don't do it. But if it's meaningful, but the universe is full of little features like this that haven't been touched for years. So we're also going to use the opportunity when we go into faction warfare, to do the same iterative improvements of okay, this is a habitat like Pochven or wormholes. It's there are issues. There's risk and reward issues. There's too many these sides, too few of these sides. The NPCs are not smart enough, or they're too hard, whatever. So we'll use the opportunity to clean up a lot of this.
Can I just say, I don't want them to do any more work on faction warfare proper. Faction warfare is actually in a really, really good place overall when it comes to the mechanics and stuff. Maybe tangential things. It's why when they did the faction warfare revamp, it was mostly about context than the actual mechanics themselves. So, yeah. Yeah, no, Eve is super dark. Go read some of the Chronicles.
Stuff. We'll take a look at AWOXing, take a look at some standings issues. We're not gonna solve pretend to solve anything in this expansion. This is just meta and balance. We will iteratively raise the bar. No magic bullet, no no simple answer. We'll just get the information that we need from the community and then say like, okay, what's your worst problem? Can we fix it in a simple manner? Or do we completely have to redesign the whole thing? We're not going to do that. We're going to do something. Same thing with force projection. We will trim the branches. We're not going to plant a new tree for any other stuff.
Yep.
We'll just fix
And
it.
actually, this time around, we're actually planning 3 expansions. So the teams are going into these topics not just for the next expansion, but they're very kind of strategically thinking about, okay, what can we fit here? What makes more sense as a winter expansion than what makes more sense as a.
They should have your starting race affect your starting standings a bit. Yeah, I mean, and I think it does. It's not by much. I also really wish it changed the way that characters talk to you, but I don't know. Know what would be cool with these campaigns, depending on the current state of faction warfare, new Empire engineer stations become open to faction warfare players with the Zarzak style discount on Navy ships? Hell yeah. I've actually said for a long time, like, you should make it so that if you get high enough standings, you can actually get the bonuses in an NPC structure that you get, or NPC station that you get in a player structure. Because like a faction warfare pilot that is like dedicated their life to faction warfare should be able to just live in stations. Same with like Pochfin, right? People that are dedicated to the trig, they don't want to have their own structures. They want to live. These are people that want to be committed to their NPC groups that they are part of, and so want to exist in the NPC stations. So if somebody has a high rank in the Galente Federation, for example, they should be able to have special perks within the Anchorage and Nintaki. Easy.
Summer 2027 expansion. So that also gives the teams more freedom to take on bigger, more complex projects. It gives them the freedom to.
Also, this is really weird because the last couple of stretches have been similar to this. So the fact that they're like highlighting the fact that they've got the next 3 expansions lined up, I feel like this isn't that much of a change as much as it's just a change in how they communicate things. My main combat character is 9.9 standings with the Mimitar. Yeah, I've got highest lowest. I've got 6.95 with the Mimitar Republic, 6.49 with Galente Federation faction. So, read about the Blood Raiders and how they were getting blood before they couldn't get capsular bodies. Yeah. I don't. No, I don't. With faction? You're telling me that I should have 9.98 faction with the Galente? Okay. Thanks. Every once in a while I pod somebody. That's the problem. No. Either way, what were we talking about?
So then what makes more sense as a summer 2027 expansion. So that.
Oh yeah. So like they said like the next couple of years is all going to be faction warfare, and then they said the next little while was going to be all nullsec. And so this is, in my opinion, just more of the same, right? So they said 2 years of faction warfare, they did 2 years of faction warfare, they said 2 years of nullsec, they did 2 years of nullsec. Not exactly 2 years, but I guess 3 expansions is about right from what I remember. So I feel like this is more of an attempt to continue to communicate things clearly than a change in practice.
Also gives the teams more freedom to take on bigger, more complex projects. It gives them the freedom to take on like, okay, let's try a fix here, or let's do the quick thing, see if it works, and then iterate on it, or should we then, or do we throw it out and work on something bigger down the line? So that's kind of continuation of on how we've been working, but we've been very focused on certain elements of the space of the game, and now we're kind of diving into these topics. And
I think
it's very exciting.
We have the confidence because of the state of the game to think longer and further into the future, because the house was a bit on fire, and now we put out the fire, and now we can start picking out curtains and actually having fun and like building the game that we want it to be. So that's also just a huge relief, is to not have like anxiety at every expansion of I knew this would happen because of this thing and this thing, something lurking in the shadows. So the confidence to plan 3 expansions has it's been a very long time since that happened.
Yep.
If ever, if I'm honest.
And there are so many things we're not telling you right now, and it's so exciting. And I'm so pumped for FanFest, and we're going to go into like incredible detail there. And yeah, it's like, yeah, we're like poking each other, like, don't say it, don't say it.
Today's been a good one too.
Nice. Yeah, and it's really cool after building like foundational stuff, building on top.
I would hang out and just for the rest of the time and then go back to the beginning of it because it's been a good discussion. We're going over the roadmap and the producer talk or whatever
Of those foundations and having the, as you were saying, having the confidence to know that like it's not going to fall down, it's not going to go into a sinkhole, the kitchen sink's not going to fall out from under us. So it's neat to see. And what's even more exciting is just what players do with all the stuff. Just because no matter what we design, we know they're going to use it in some weird way, but it's still going to be a very fun way and a very emergent way. Probably the best way to call it is emergent, not weird, or play weird. Some of you, but yeah.
Yeah, and even if we're saying that we're putting more focus on newer players, like everyone will benefit in many ways. Like, you know, looking at the mining interactions in the last expansion in Catalyst, ultimately that benefits everyone. So we're not going to go and kind of rewire the NP. That's not our plan at all.
Yeah.
It's more kind of how do we ease access into these awesome systems, not dumb them down, but make it easier to grasp and you know, and then it can be as hard as you want to master. So ultimately it will result in a better game, more players, more fun.
And campaigns, well, they kind of add some structure, and you know, if you're a new player, you log in and go like, what's a meaningful thing I can do today? And it should be an easy answer to that. It's for everybody, really.
Yep.
Like, this is something that will touch the entire universe. It will have real stakes, and like every campaign should have meaningful, lasting change in the universe. So everyone should want to participate on some level.
Yep.
So it's big. It's big. There's a lot there, and we are, like you said, focused on newer players. We're really thinking about how.
Okay. I really, really like this campaign idea. But here's the thing. Here's my one thing. CCP, pay attention. CCP Okami, listen. This is the critical thing, okay? It needs to not just be a thing for individuals to contribute to. There needs to be a way for corporations to meaningfully contribute to. A good example of this is the actual like Stargate Trailblazer event with the mining, with the mining stuff for the Stargates. You had the individual players, but then you had the corporations that contributed as a separate list. This is important because the last few events, the last few things that have happened were very much all individuals doing individual things. And as an organization, we want to utilize things like corporation projects and freelance jobs in order to kind of help alleviate the friction. So like, for instance, with the last event, we had things like the cryo doodads. We desperately wanted to be able to buy the cryo doodads from the people that were getting it to provide it for the people who needed it. But in the end, like, the market already does that. But in the end, the doodads themselves were not important enough or valuable enough in actuality to make that meaningful, right? So there needs to be some way for us to, as a corporation, have a corporation level desire to progress in these campaigns. So actually I can say like, okay, I want, you know, we can, as individuals, want to run sites, want to make progress, want to complete the track. But also there's a reason why, as a corporation, there's a way for us to get our name out there as a corporation and us to like center our overarching production and efforts towards this goal, as opposed to just me having a meeting with our members and telling people to just go out and do it because they can just go do it, right? It is good for there to be player stuff, but like collective corporation identity when it comes to how much progress is being done is also very critical. What if there's a faction warfare gate network that needs to be refueled and players have to deliver the fuel from depots to faction warfare gates and high sec to keep those gates online? That sounds dangerously close to basically just, that's just shipcasters. How many actual groups use war decks? A lot of people. A lot more people now do legitimate war decks than they did before the war deck changes. But yeah, no, the biggest thing here is that there needs to be an angle that a corporation wants to collectively work together and inspire their members to go and do for the good of the whole, not just for the good of individuals. That's the piece that has been missing in the last several events.
Eve, it can, you know, graduate in complexity, right?
Mhm.
Where the MPE is low complexity, like it's very on rails, and then you're just kind of dropped into the water there. So like, how do we sort of like smooth that out a little bit, that transition, and then get you participating in campaigns, and then get you participating in our structured PvP, factional warfare, and eventually released into the open wilds to do whatever you want.
So campaigns also give you a really interesting motivation. Competition is a huge driver in this, and there's no real competition in faction warfare. But if you have a win,
I was asking Malak, but I disagree with you on the word X statements you just made, Ash. The numbers don't lie. Like, the reason why the word X changes were happened was because they determined that like 90% of all of the word X were done by like 1 or 2 groups that were using it to punk on smaller groups, or, you know, basically ensure that no corporation outside of big blocks could be formed. Like, that was what it was. Now, the person has to have something committed to, so a group can exist without being war decked, and therefore they can't, like, in order, you can't call it seal clubbing because they have committed their structure. You could just not have a structure, and then you're invulnerable to war decks. So, like, and furthermore, like, what they've done is they've made it so that there's a positive objective for the person who's being war decked. In fact, we just got war decked a couple weeks ago, and we decided to be proactive about it and blew up their war headquarters before they could hit our timer with for our structure. So, you know, it was much more meaningful. The fact that players have to have some skin in the game in the form of a structure to even be vulnerable to war decks makes it so it's a little bit harder to argue that they're just seal clubbing. And it does incentivize a certain amount of, like, you're doing it for a reason, not just because you saw a person in Jita and you're war decking literally every single person that you've seen flying through Jita.
goals. You have competitive people. Not everyone's competitive, but you have competitive people in faction warfare militias and in places.
Yeah.
And just by saying you can win or lose, they will be desperate not to lose and to win. And that gives like a firebrand leader like so much firepower and motivation to pull other people in to just, we're going to win this. Like, guys, we're going to win this. People, players, our team members. It's not like, it's much easier to get someone, hey, do you want to run forever? Or do you want to compete in the sprint?
Yeah.
It's just like motivationally, it's just like much easier to like, hey, new players, we're going to go and we're going to win this war, and it's here, rather than like, hey, join this never-ending war. Like, it just,
that's the exact argument I made in 2019.
just like isn't the same appeal.
I always find like in Eve, there's this idea of like, yes, of course, there's this idea of winning and losing, but there's also this idea of preventing others from winning. It's like the joy of inflicting damage on others is kind of a thing in Eve, where you're like, well, I'm not going to win, but I'm just going to make sure that you won't, you will never win.
There is actually, so like that does happen every once in a while. There has been several times so far since the war deck changes where like one of the war deck groups ends up war decking too many people, and then those people all band together and blow up the war headquarters and end a whole bunch of wars at the same time. That has absolutely happened. If you make enemies of Black Flag, get allies to match numbers, or just don't put new structures down, absolutely. And Black Flag is just one of the groups, right?
Main motivations that I had when I was playing Eve, like for like a huge portion of it, when I was telling people this that aren't Eve players, they look at me like, whoa, that guy might be a psychopath.
Yeah.
I don't know. But Eve players, yeah, as you were saying, they get it. They're like, yeah, it's almost even more rewarding to say like, you don't get that thing, rather than like, we collectively can get this thing together.
Mm. And I mean, ultimate is like, we got our objective and we made sure that you did not get yours.
Yeah. That's Killboard's green all around.
Yeah, Killboard's green.
But like we talk about a lot, like new players and stuff like this, and that's gonna be the focus. But there are things still that like veteran players can look forward to. I know you guys were teasing this a little bit with the Catalyst expansion. We've made a few changes to carriers, and we've seen that now, like reduction in cost, the fighter support, like the fighter tubes being a little bit beefier. We're seeing a lot more carriers in space doing stuff.
Yep.
Is that over? Are you gonna keep going?
So we're interested in carriers, but I do want to talk about this for a little bit. Like, there are those big groups doing war decks, but they aren't the only way that war decks are being engaged with. Like, you're telling Malak and I that we're wrong, but like, we've been running a high sec organization now since before the war deck changes. I can just tell you, just I guess anecdotally, that it is allowed for more meaningful organizations to take root, which means that there's more meaningful conflict across the board, like both people being able to defend themselves. Like there will still always be kind of a certain amount of seal clubbing. There will be somebody who puts down a right to ruin and aren't able to defend it or whatever. But like we're talking about comparative, right? So it used to be almost exclusively that, and now it isn't exclusively that. So I've seen attempts of new groups trying to break into the Merc game. I mean, we've played around with it. You get wrecked immediately. I mean, like, okay, but I would argue that there might be other people doing stuff on a smaller scale that maybe you didn't notice, but is doing fine. I've been watching BF since 2011. Black Flag hasn't existed since 2011. What? That's not a thing. Oh, okay. You're talking about like multiple iterations of that kind of stuff. Like, didn't a lot of the Black Flag people come from like Y Dot? And also Y Dot is back? No, Black Flag wasn't always around. Like, hold on. Black Flag came, like, back in 2012, there would have been, yes, Chromis was around, but, like, there was other groups. There was, like, oh, God, what was the big one? That was the big ganking group back then? I can't remember. But Black Flag, as an alliance, was founded in 2020. Yeah, Vendetta Mercenary. Okay, yes. I will say that like he's existed and that idea has existed since then for a long time. But Black Flag itself is relatively new because didn't it come? God, what was that group? There's Marmites. What was the other one? What was the one that was like the big Code? There's Code and then there's one before Code. What was the one before Code? Pirate. There's Pirate and Code and a few others, and then eventually that like collapsed. So as war deck changes happened, as other changes happened, and therefore the high-sec ne'er-do-wells had to become more and more organized. It was like as Uedama became like the focal point for ganking instead of things like Hulkageddon. Yeah, you see them become more and more organized with Pirate, which eventually becomes like Black Flag. But that doesn't, like, again, what they're able to do now has fundamentally changed. It used to be that they would just sit in JITA or whatever, and every single person that had a corporation that came through, they would just war deck their corporation because you could. Now you can only war deck somebody if they have a structure. That changes things fairly significantly, and like I don't think that you can pretend otherwise. Code was a gank group, not a war deck group? Correct. I'm just saying, like, the ne'er-do-well, high-sec bad actions, spans a whole, or bad behavior in high-sec spans a few different behaviors. But my point is that as CCP balanced things, every time CCP kind of balanced it, you saw more consolidation amongst the ne'er-do-wells, as it were. Right? Like when they removed insurance for ganking, or when they changed hyperdunking, like all these different changes ended up making, and then eventually when structures came out, like that really helped kind of consolidate the different groups within that sphere.
What's the idea with carriers?
Yeah, more carriers. I think, without spoiling too much, we have more to talk about here. Really happy with how the changes are going so far, both anecdotally.
They're saying that there's more carriers dying. Hold on a second. Actually, let's see if we can figure this out. Z-Kill. Also, people change corpse to avoid war decks, and the holding corpse are also there because of this. Yes, actually, prior to the war deck changes, COE, or what was then Malro, got by playing shell games, switching between different corporations and stuff. But ultimately that disrupted the ability for people to create centralized identities, and so prevented groups that weren't hyper focused on being aggressive ne'er-do-wells from having a voice, because you want to, the best way to deal with aggressive ne'er-do-wells was to just avoid attention completely, right? So hold on, can we just look up carriers as a group? And then we can look at monthly top. Let me see if this works. No, that's not it. Ranks? No. Stats? Hey, here we go. Okay, so this is carriers, right? So did we see a major increase in carrier usage after November? And boy, yeah. Okay. No, that's pretty definitive. Both losses and kills basically doubled, or more than doubled, from November on. Ratting carriers, none of these are ratting carriers. I mean, yes, some of the carriers being killed are rat, but these kills are not NPC kills. So the number of ships killed by carriers almost doubled, and the number of ships carriers lost more than doubled. So yeah, I mean, like, and honestly, ratting carriers isn't necessarily a horror. Like, as long as they're being used, right? But like, by all, look at this. There has never been a month. I can't find a single. Okay, so you have to go back to April 2022 to find a month in which carriers killed more than 2,000 ships total. And for the last 2 months, look at that, 4,000 carriers killed in 4,000 kills by carriers, I should say, in 2026. That means that they're at least being used. Also, the people, you can excuse it away all you want, but the numbers are there. Like, it's showing that they're using them more. But the first metric I could come up with shows a dramatic increase in the use of carriers in combat, because they're getting kills from 2020, or from before November to after November. Recently did a little stroll with carriers this past month. Yep, and that could theoretically have been helped contribute to the 4K kills, but there's more than just a month's worth of data here. My point is that, like, this is at least this is convincing to me that something happened. Yeah, that's probably why January has 4K kills. Let's go look. This shows 54 different alliances, with the top being Hard Knocks and Laserhawks. Oh, because they use carriers in wormholes too, right? Yeah, this says that the top people are Hard Knocks and Laserhawks. In fact, on this day, on the month that you guys said that the Imperium were the biggest user, like, oh yeah, this 4K kills are from the Imperium in January. The Imperium are not even on the top 10 alliances. There is no Goon Swarm here. I mean, there might be there's other members of Imperiums, I think, arguably. But no, this is noteworthy data. Although 190 kills at this one particular Stargate is fun. What is Y4B Tech BQ? It's almost all wormhole alliances. What is Y4B Tech BQ? There's Hard Knocks. They're doing something. Entrance to drone lands? Is that what it was? Then why aren't we seeing the victims be Imperium either? Which Hard Knocks has been going into. God, okay, that makes sense. But still, my point is that the evidence is that carriers are being used more, and not just by the Imperium. So I can stand by that. You can even see fighters being killed here. Imperium, right. No, I get that. But people were saying like, oh yeah, the reason why there's so many kills in January is because the Imperium did one carrier roam once. And that's supposed to like triple the number of kills in a month. But the data just doesn't necessarily show that. Carrier kills compared to dreads. Well, okay. I would 100% expect to see dreads be lower than carriers. But let's go ahead and the Dreadnought group. Stats. Woo! Yeah, like, well, what's funny is that you actually see you see an uptick even in dread kills, but not losses in November onward, which I think is kind of interesting. But you can see here that dreads were already at the higher level, like are already higher than the highest month of carriers when it comes to kill. So we can see in 2022, the fall off went from, it jumped from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. When was the big dread change? When was Siege Green? April 2022. So in April 2022, yeah, we didn't see as big of a tick up. There was a second dread rebalance. Uprising, right? That is 2023 I'm looking at. You're right. So April 2022, I still don't see like a big uptick in dreads in the same way that I see the carriers. We don't see that until the actual cost of dreads get pulled down. Let me look. Capital manufacturing rework was in there's one in 2025. That was the Legion update. I don't think that's what we're talking about though. Is it? Navy Dreads. Well, yeah, Navy Dreads did come in right here, which you see like that's the step from like it's consistently below 2 to 3, and then it hits 4 right here in October, and then it basically never goes below 4 again. That was Uprising. I guess that was about when they made dreads cheaper to build too, right? So yeah, we see that in 2023. But I think that the effect is much more dramatic on carriers because people were actively, like people were still using dreads back then. It was just they were more expensive, so used less, made dread bombing way more popular, and you want to deploy dreads in scale. Carriers are, again, you don't do carrier bombs, as it were, but you still can absolutely see the effect. Like that is so noticeable. The fact that we have to go all the way back to like March 2022, March and April 2022 to see a time where carriers were getting as many kills as they are now. Although, October 2020, middle of scarcity, or like the very beginning of real scarcity in the big war, 11,000 kills in a single month, but only 500 deaths. That's the other thing is that we're seeing more carrier kills and more carrier deaths, which is pretty good. And it does make sense that we don't quite see a doubling of kills, but we do see over a doubling of deaths, because that goes back to the fact that people are saying that, like, if a carrier is being used for ratting or for suit casing or whatever, then it's going to be more losses than kills. That's for sure. But I mean, all things considered, I think that the numbers paint a pretty clear picture about what's going on.
The M through data, we're seeing just usage go up. More
Usage goes up.
Participating in battles. But we definitely have some top tier upgrades that we're saving for maybe FanFest to talk about.
Nice.
And I mean, there were like,
I don't know. There's three types of lies: damned lies, and statistics. I'm always worried about that. But like on the surface, they say that the numbers show that they're going up, and I go and look at the numbers that I have, and then guess what? They're going up. I can't come to any other conclusion.
we didn't expect carriers to become this popular. So like our graphical additions maybe, became, there were more of them on
victim of their own success.
Yeah, they're kind of victim of their own success in a way. So we're looking at those.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, so that's interesting. That actually also shows a certain amount of honesty about it, right? So they don't expect there to be a whole bunch of carriers on the field. And so they put a bunch of extra doodads on carriers. We talked about like performance when it comes to these sorts of things. Lighting effects and particle effects are like usually it's very hard to make those sorts of things happen on the same rendering pass as everything else. So those are going to be the more expensive performance-wise of things being done. So I think it's really funny for them to say like, oh yeah, we put a bunch of extra doodads on the ships and now we're kind of regretting it because they're deploying them in larger numbers than we expected them to. That's an interesting confession.
Issues and fixing them, but
yeah. So if you're flying a carrier and you're like running into,
I miss slow cat days too, to be honest. I don't think that they were that bad. I mean, okay, yeah, they were, but still.
Performance things definitely on our radar. Definitely things that teams are looking into. A couple of changes have already gone in. A couple more in February, I think, as well. But yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out for it. And yeah, it's one of those things where like, oh, we didn't know when there are so many carriers on grid. Like, oh shit, it's actually causing like these problems that didn't necessarily get to see in testing and things like that.
I think it's the same thing with the ecosystem of balance. Like if there's a healthy meta, it's way easier to fix one thing at a time rather than try to like stir the whole pot. And now the meta is pretty good. And a couple of years ago, we decided, okay, we just need to fix dreads.
Mm-hmm.
Like we anchor battleships, as in like there's this whole progression of like we moved battleship to this kind of conversion ship of like that needs.
Well, they said new things. So I suspect lighting and stuff could be a big impact. Lighting can be a big impact if you're not careful about it. The fighters are actually like, fighters have always been worked on to be performant in comparison. So if they're talking about them adding new doodads and now regretting that they added those things to it, it makes me think it's more about particle effects and lighting and geometry than just the fighters, because the fighters already were a thing. Why not just why not just display the doodads when there's too many people? Well, that's what LOD is really designed to do, right? Like level of detail. So like when you zoom out, it stops worrying about those things. So that's one way to make it really performant. But on the other hand, if you are zoomed in, don't you kind of want to see all those little things? Like, isn't that the whole point?
A reaction. Like there's a fundamental difference between like they're the path to capital.
I think the carriers are just from wormhole groups and drone lands. Even if that's true, that's fine. Most of the dread brawls in faction warfare space around Turner. Is that a reason to dismiss them? No, they're still giant dread balls. It's still things happening in the game. That's still like that means that there's a valid niche for it. Would it be better if it was more ubiquitous? Maybe, but like being dismissive that it's only one type of group that's using it isn't as compelling to me when it's just we're looking at like the actual numbers.
So it's battleships.
I mean, it's like saying like, oh yeah, carriers before were just like not really important because the only people that used them was Rote Capel using triage carriers, but then it turned out that triage carriers were just really, really powerful. It just, they happened to be the first people that experimented with that niche. So, I don't find that too compelling, that it's mostly just Mostly just nullsec or wormholers in drone lands, because like that just happens to be the place to be doing it with the people that to be doing it, right?
So get them at a good place, find the right price point.
Navy carriers win. My prediction is the next expansion. I think all things considered. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Yeah, so my prediction is the next expansion, but we have this, so think about it. We have this whole new campaign stuff going on. That is a new activity, demands new rewards to be tied to it. So I expect that faction carriers will be a big part of it. Now, one of the big questions that I have, one of the things that I'm wondering about, because like part of this whole thing is about breaking down our known expectations about the game. Right? So things like, oh yeah, will certain systems change ownership? Will certain systems become low sec or high sec or whatever? These are ways that they've broken our ideas about what is and isn't stable. And it causes us to talk about things with things like insurgencies causing systems to become low sec or null sec, et cetera, et cetera. So like, wonder if we get Navy faxes as well. So here's my question. Like one of the big cornerstones of EVE right now is that each of the empires, like when something new happens, comes out, each of the empires get their own version of it. Like with Lancer Dreads, right? All 4 empires gets a Lancer Dread. But now more than ever, there is good reason for the empires to diverge in what technology they have on offer. It is actually the best time in the history of EVE, for instance, for the Gallente to release a Navy carrier and not the other empires, because the other empires are going to have their own versions, or at least not make them all basically the same equivalent of each other, right? You know, AG-12, which is the Concord organization that ensures technology sharing between the empires, has basically fallen apart. This whole thing with wormholes, if anything, one of the major themes is a breakdown in the technology flow between the different empires. And so one of the things that they could very well do is break that up and allow like the Gallente to come out with a faction carrier, the Amar come out with a faction fax, the Caldari come out with, you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that specifically, but I'm saying like, we could break down our ideas about how technology is balanced across the empires. And honestly enough, of all of the empires to get a faction carrier, it would kind of make sense for the Gallente to be first and the Caldari to come right after them. Just by the nature of like who uses carriers. The Amar might come up shortly thereafter or whatever, but like we kind of, that might be one of the next things. And it feels like one of the things that they've been massaging towards is the idea of asymmetrical technology between the different factions. We now have 2 pirate groups that have destroyers and battle cruisers when the other 4 pirate groups don't, right? We're already starting to see a little bit of asymmetry when it comes to the technology that's being released. So are we going to see that when it comes to the empires? And is that going to be tied to these campaigns? Are the Gallente going to do a campaign with the Gallente reward and then the Caldari do a campaign with the Caldari reward? We don't know for sure yet, but it's something to keep in our head. A heavy tackle carrier with a hit point? Hell yeah. A carrier with deployable warp bubbles. Warp scram bubbles. Oh, no, I don't know.
People talked about 240 mil or whatever.
We're never going to get through this video.
Going, figure that out. Anchor battleship point in the battleships as a game. Like,
hold on.
If there's a healthy meta, it's way easier to fix one thing at a time rather than try to like stir the whole pot. And now the meta is pretty good. And a couple of years ago, we decided, okay, we just need to fix dreads.
Mm-hmm.
Like we anchor battleships, as in like there's this whole progression of like we moved battleship to this kind of conversion ship of like that needs a reaction. Like there's a fundamental difference between like they're the path to capitals. So
what he's talking about is that like basically there was subcapitals and then there were capitals. And so when they were trying to rebalance the whole thing, they used battleships as the anchor to balance everything else around. What he's specifically talking about here is the industry part of things, right? Where where they kind of gave a soft like step up so that battleships take more consideration than all other subcaps, but less consideration than capitals. Or you know what? As a YouTuber, I take offense to this criticism. So many YouTubers just do reaction videos where they do no contribution to it whatsoever. You're here to listen to, if you want to just watch the video, you can just watch the video. I'm using it as an excuse to things to talk about. Besides, you're the ones that keep on arguing about things that are different than what they're arguing about. This is your fault. All your fault.
It's battleships, get them into a good place, find the right price point. People talked about 240 mil or whatever, like figure that out. Anchor battleships at the center of the universe. Then the next progression, dreadnoughts, aim and shoot, powerful, power fantasy. Everyone can fly them, everyone can use them, whether it's assault or at the home front in Null and in Dread Brawls. So iteratively figuring out the rock, paper, scissors of the universe is much better than trying to move all of them at the same time. And now carriers are going to get the same treatment. We're going to figure out the cost and the power and the risk and reward thing, and then whether they need faxes to be optimal or not. Like, this is all a whole thing, but we anchor it on battleship, dreadnought, carrier, and then we'll pick the next ship to kind of fix and fit into the mix.
Yeah, watching how the escalation paths unfold is really exciting. And it's so much fun to see how players' minds try to solve these problems. Like, if battleships are popular, maybe I'll take carriers to do this. Some people are like conduiting their carriers really well. Some people are still using it to kind of like siege fortizars and structures, but just unlocking that creativity and that like spark from the theory crafters is really neat.
And killing the little issues or like skynetting and figuring those things out at the same time, even if we knew, okay, we're taking the only thing that they're kind of good at, but it's a bad thing to be good at. So like, let's just rip that band-aid off.
Find a new good thing.
Yeah, let's find a new good thing.
Right on. And then I guess the other thing that players can hopefully still look forward to, are there still going to be like events and stuff? Like, is that still going to be? Will there still be things like Captain Lear Day?
Players have a crazy year to look forward to.
Yeah,
absolutely. We talk about the empires bringing them to the forefront and the war between them. I'm not going to spoil much right now, but that is absolutely coming to the forefront of both the story we're telling narratively and the flavor of events to come. So Cap Slayer's Day on the horizon. There's going to be some special changes in that you'll see, and a whole host of things leading up to the expansion release later.
Yeah, I think there's a natural kind of we never branded it.
Whole host of things leading up to the expansion. Cap Slayer Day is getting a revamp. I mean, all but confirmed that the Gallente presidential election is going to be like a full-fledged event at this point, right? Let them say a sentence. Why? No.
As such, like kind of the Deathless Saga is kind of it coming to an end. Like,
no, it isn't. What the fuck are you talking about?
New technologies, Arzak, all of that. And like now this stuff is evergreen.
Okay, guys, hold on. I know I just interrupted after I'm doing all of the bad things all at once, but listen to me, guys. I talked about this at the very beginning of the stream, right? Don't convince me that there's cool mysteries to discover about Avalon and then also tell me that all of the stuff with Zarzak is done. You didn't do anything with Zarzak. You promised me something interesting with Zarzak, and I do not feel like it has been delivered. I'm just going to straight up say that.
We never branded it as such, but kind of the Deathless Saga is kind of it coming to an end. Like rise in power, introduction of new technologies, Arzak, all of that. And like now this stuff is evergreen. I think we're entering a new, basically multi-year saga maybe in the Empire's intrigue, politics, all that kind of juicy stuff.
And it'll be bold. I'm sure it'll be controversial, and people will be talking about it. It's going to be fun. Like we want to shake it up a little.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the stream.
Some new faces on the scene, actual faces that people will start to recognize, and so definitely learning a lot from the sagas that we've been telling over the last few years and applying it to the empires.
Neat.
One event that like was aside from the really cool events like Drifter Crisis and all that.
Peacock for president, hell yeah!
And the latest events, we just reviewed the roadmap for the events, which was we've been using events to be very experimentational also, like to bring in brand new content, or because we take it offline. We can afford to make mistakes in events and like maybe like balance them a bit wrong or something, but it's a really good grounds for experimentation. So I've seen a lot like the labyrinth, like new like kind of game modes almost in these events. There's a lot of exciting new puzzles, but one of the events that we also ran was Nemesis, the Vanguard crossover event that we ran. It really is the third.
The problem, okay, so the problem with Zarzak is it comes back to like invasions, right? Where they captured people's imagination. Zarzak was so pretty. Like, there were a lot of people that saw that. People that don't even play Eve see that and like, wow, this is something cool. It stimulated the imagination, and they promised so much more to it. And so not delivering it and it coming into like the big long line, like this reminds us of what happened with Pochfin and what happened with Edencom. Like, if anything, if there's one thing that CCP needs to actually get good at when it comes to lore and stuff, is follow through, is, you know, letting it feel like it led somewhere, you know, like the Drifter Crisis led somewhere where the empires are now in a different state than they were at the beginning. But at the same time, all of the teasing about the Drifter attacks with all the maps and everything and the air logo and the thing, none of that ever got resolved at all. And like, it's okay for some things not being resolved, but when you create a pattern of that, it makes it more, every time you do that, it makes it more difficult for people to commit themselves to whatever's happening right now, right? This goes, again, back to what we've been talking about. In a sandbox game, I need to know that what I'm doing today is going to matter tomorrow, because that's why I'm doing it today, because it's work, right? I'm not doing it because it's fun. I'm doing it because I'm trying to set myself up for a better situation tomorrow. I'm trying to make a change. I'm trying to, you know, whatever. And so, like, do I want to jump in whole hog? Like, if they did invasions again, would people jump in whole hog the same way that they did before? Or will there be more people that are cautious that it isn't necessarily going to work out to anything because the last time? Or you get what I'm saying? Like, especially with things like Zarzak or Insurgencies really felt like a side thing that didn't work out, and so they let it just kind of go. And I feel like that anybody who committed to it, it goes back to right now, like I was just talking about with our organization. We need things that we can commit to as an organization, not just as individuals. And every single time, you know, we ramp up, we liquidate our ISK, we get like billions of ISKs prepared, so that way we can do projects to help be the glue that makes these events happen. And then in the end, it's completely unnecessary. At a certain point, when I log into Facebook and I don't see any news, I log out and I never log in again. As a corporation, if I build up all my infrastructure for us to take on the next big thing as a group, and then it's not a thing to take on as a group, eventually I just stop getting ready to do stuff as a group. You give up. You commit less to it. You don't believe in it as much. And so every single time these things happen, it does damage it to a certain extent, I think. The fact that, you know, we got the Warden, which was kind of cool, but we still don't clearly understand what the Warden is, and more importantly, we haven't unlocked more of the of Zarzak, the actual, or the Fulcrum. That was the promise. The Fulcrum is a giant structure that we haven't unlocked more of yet, and guess what? Still hasn't happened. And sure, you could say like the Vanguard stuff or whatever, but like, it feels bad for that to have never grown anywhere, and so them saying, "Oh yeah, this is complete, and here's a new mystery to explore." Well, but we never actually got to explore the previous mystery that you said we get to explore. And it makes me a little bit less thrilled to jump into the mystery of Avalon. You know what I'm saying? Let me know how you guys feel about it, I guess.
The fourth event where we hold like a Vanguard is live. It impacts EVE in some way, because we're also experimenting on how does Vanguard in the future connect to EVE Online. It's social, is it a direct advantage in front lines, and now this convoy concept of wouldn't be fun if Vanguard generate content on the other side. We will do something like that also after the expansion.
Yep.
I hope, I'm confident saying that. And just be bolder, grow that stuff, build on the foundation, but like take it to the next level as well. So there's a lot of narrative connection there. Deathless introduced these new workloads that are in Vanguard, so it's kind of like also a little bit part of that. But I can't wait to actually see that too. But a lot more information on that at FenFest as well.
Right on. And actually, we can check.
Yeah, it makes me sad because it was like they had a story or somewhat of a story and never really focused on finishing it. Yeah, there's so much of these things that just get committed to whether or not CCP is willing to follow up on things. That said, though, let me actually completely counteract what I just said and say that, like, I have said for a long time that like what needs to happen between now and the Vanguard release is actually the opening up of the technology. The fact that the Deathless established the technology is good, but on the same level, it actually kind of makes sense that they would shift over to the Empires or the other groups, because the Vanguard was never designed to be the Deathless's toy exclusive. This was a story that was always going to be about how the Vanguard broke free from just being part of the Deathless, and other people, other groups begin to capitalize on this technology, be them Empires or SOE or whatever. That was always going to be part of the story. And so I'm going to have a bit of cope and suggest that like what they're saying here is a little bit misspoken. And it's more about like we've entered the next phase of this conversation where it's less about the Deathless developing and deploying their technology, because he's now done developing and deploying his technology. And it's more about the implications of that technology and it being unlocked by other groups like the Empires. So in that sense, it kind of makes sense. And it's not saying, oh, we're never going to focus on the Fulcrum again. It's just saying that the story is now about the next stage of this development, not just the Deathless and his Vanguard. Which Empire do you all want to support in the upcoming war? That's a great question. That's a great question. In fact, can I do a thing? Start a poll. What Empire do you want to support in the upcoming War for New Eden? I'm stealing that from the board game. Let's see. We've got Galente, Kaldari, Minmatar, Amar. Oh, I can only do 4? Well, I guess we're doing 4. I was going to do Trig. I swear to God I was going to do Trig. But they're only allowing me 4. So if it has to be if it has to be an Empire, okay? There's the poll. It has to be one of the 4 Empires. Let's see what we get. All right, let's keep going.
With a little bit more about Vanguard to see what players can kind of get up to with Vanguard.
Action there. Deathless introduced these new workloads that are in Vanguard, so it's kind of like also a little bit part of that. But I can't wait to actually see that too. But a lot more information on that at FanFest as well.
Right on. And actually, we can chat with a little bit more about Vanguard to see what players can kind of get up to with Vanguard in 2026. CCP Convicts sat down with CCP Collins to chat all about that. So let's hear from them.
Hi, everyone. I hope you've been enjoying the Director's Chat so far, but a rare alignment happened this week, which is the week before the stream you're watching right now, where we saw someone haunting the Isles at CCP Reykjavik, and that person would be CCP Collins, the game director for EVE Vanguard. And the people have been able to watch the interview so far with CCP Akami, CCP Berger, and CCP Rotati, but we thought, since we had you, let's snatch you and bring you into the studio.
I flew all the way here, hoping that you'd find me accidentally.
That's
in the
right.
halls.
Yeah, we just saw you and went yoink to talk about eVanguard a little bit during this director's chat. So we don't want to leave that out because it's been a few months now since Operation Nemesis. I think
November. Yeah.
November, which was the last time players had really gotten their hands on with the game. And wanted to ask you, like, how did Operation Nemesis go from your perspective in the London studio? And what have you been sort of like? I know we've had Christmas and some people have hopefully had a well-earned break, but what have you been cooking in the interim since Operation Nemesis wrapped up?
Yeah, Operation Nemesis was massive for us in the sense it was our most comprehensive test that we'd ran in pre-alpha to date, right? The amount of features that we had in it, the stories that we were trying to tell, the type of experience that we were trying to create for new people who hadn't come in and played Vanguard before as well. All in the sense of just building up huge beds of data and feedback that we can kind of take forwards into improving the game and seeing where we need to focus in more on and where we need to focus less. So for us, it was extremely successful in that all that feedback and
Yes, when I play these videos, I play them at 1.25 speed because I do stop them a lot, and so that way this stream doesn't take 7 hours. So yeah, it is sped up slightly.
All in the sense of just building up huge beds of data and feedback that we can kind of take forwards into improving the game and seeing where we need to focus in more on and where we need to focus less. So for us, it was extremely successful in that all that feedback and that the data that we got back was incredibly useful for us to realize what's working and what's not working. This is why we run these tests, right? We know this isn't perfect. It's a collection of ideas. We're in pre-alpha. There's a lot of prototypes in there. There's a lot of kind of placeholder things, and seeing what people respond well to and what people don't respond well to, how much it can keep people engaged in the experience and how long we can keep people playing the game and engaged for was like a huge reason why we ran Operation Nemesis and kind of introducing people to some of the themes and the storylines that we want to start telling as well, is the Vanguard start building up a stronger presence in New Eden. So getting all of that feedback and data back was absolutely incredible. It's the most amount of feedback that we've ever received in a test, and putting the data alongside that, because sometimes people tell you what they don't like, but sometimes you need to see it. You need to see it in the data. What people say they don't like and how they play the game are two very different things sometimes.
We see that all the time in like EVE Online as well. Players will be telling us one thing about a feature or something, and then when you look at the data, it's not necessarily congruent. It's not necessarily that players are being dishonest about it. It's just that sometimes you get a little bit of tunnel vision. You get focused on a certain gripe or a certain feature, and you sort of forget about how that applies more broadly to the game.
Exactly, and it works both ways. Like we can't just look at the data as well. We need to, what we say, the qualitative and the quantitative data that we get on is really important part of the experience. So we did a lot after Operation Nemesis of reviewing that, doing a lot of analysis on the data to see how people were playing, how people were sticking around, what was kind of the common threads that were leading to people enjoying and playing the game for long periods of time, what were the common threads that were leaving people to kind of leave early, and what were some of the complaints that...
Sorry. Not a great time to launch a game with RAM prices increased. Very true, especially an Unreal game. I don't know about you guys, but one of the things like I've been noticing more and more recently is that like time after time after time, we're seeing games come out that are built in the newest version of Unreal that are just not performant, that are causing people significant performance issues. And I don't know necessarily how to fix that. I think that Unreal, the latest version of Unreal, was kind of built with the idea of where tech was headed as opposed to where it was at. And unfortunately, Vanguard is built in Unreal 5, or I think it's 5. So, but I don't know if I've noticed, if you guys have noticed that, but I've noticed like a lot of, like, it just keeps coming up that if there's a game that's coming out that's having performance issues, it was built in Unreal. So, but you can still make it performant. Don't get me wrong. It's just, yeah, it's not a great time to be building a new computer, that's for sure.
Analysis on the data to see how people were playing, how people were sticking around, what was kind of the common threads that were leading to people enjoying and playing the game for long periods of time, what were the common threads that were leaving people to kind of leave early, and what were some of the complaints that we're doing. We looked at a lot of our own individual, our inside community that we have on Discord, our VIPs. We looked at a lot of streamers and influencers that were playing the game, and a lot of feedback that we got from new people that had never played the game before and are even new to the universe, which is fantastic. And I think if we think about what we've been doing since then, is getting a lot of that feedback and kind of analyzing what we need to be doing next. A lot of the feedback was telling us that certain parts of the core experience are just not quite there yet. That real center of the running and gunning, having a gun in your hand and feeling that fantasy of being a war clone in this universe. We're still working towards that, but we haven't quite punched through getting that feeling and getting that fantasy and getting that kind of what it should feel like to be in this universe, this kind of on the knife edge of all-out war, and making that gun feel responsive and the enemies that you're shooting at feel human and like opportunistic. There's still a lot of work that we need to do there. There's a lot in the experience that started to really positively shine through, like the addition of expeditions and sending people on these kind of more structured missions in the worlds and different environments that they can go down to, was all being positively received. So we're just now focusing on the next steps as we start thinking about a really important step of what coming out of pre-alpha looks like, and taking the next bold steps into making an alpha version of Vanguard.
I think a lot of people have probably, because the development of Vanguard has been so sort of like open and we've involved players from a very early stage, I'm sure a lot of people have gotten a taste of what the actual process of game development looks like. Because I remember before I was involved in the industry, I think of alpha as kind of like the white box scratch build starting point, but that's actually quite far along the development process. There's so much that has to happen before that, and Vanguard has been working through that pre-alpha phase now for a couple of years.
Yeah, people forget how early on we still are with Vanguard. Pre-alpha, in modern day, that would never see the light of day. You would never be playing a pre-alpha in a public playtest. You'd maybe be seeing a late stage alpha as a game moves into beta. So I think sometimes people forget how early we still are in this journey. So I think we have been in pre-alpha now since we announced, what was it, FanFest 2023, I want to say. So we think it is time now. We've got all the necessary data. We've had some really great experiments in pre-alpha and types of features and experiences that we want to have in the game. But we are ready now to take that next step. And the team have started pre-production on working towards what an alpha version of Vanguard it looks like.
That's cool. A question that sort of comes up from time to time. Is there anything you can tell us about how the connection between EVE Online and EVE Vanguard is shaping up? Like, how will those two universes influence each other from a gameplay perspective?
Apparently the secret to me not interrupting them a million times a second is for them to say nothing new.
Like that. That'd be
Yeah,
nice.
that would be
We're
really
adding a Game Boy
Boy,
into
yeah.
Vanguard. Yeah.
Sick.
I don't want to go into too many details right now because there's still a lot that we need to figure out. We've done a lot of experiments over pre-alpha into things that feel a bit more economic, that feel, when we added the Insurgency PvP mode into the game, that was having an impact on Insurgency. The whole sense that as a Vanguard and the battles that you're going through are contributing to the warfare that exists in the universe. That's the angle that we feel is the coolest, and it fills into the fantasy. I'm an operative war clone. Feeding into the warfare that's happening in the universe is the angle that we want to go down. And we're going to be announcing more details about that connection across two games. We're working very closely with CCP Akami and the like, and we're hoping, we're aiming for at FanFest this year to talk a lot more about that connection. That will be part of the experience as we work towards an early access in 2027.
Yeah, I was talking to CCP Monty before about some of the plans we've got for FanFest, and it sounds like it's going to be a really, really cool event this year. I can't wait to hear more about that Vanguard Eve connection then.
Yeah.
I guess the other thing I had to ask for you to ask was, when will players be able to get their hands on eVanguard next?
Yeah, so as we work towards early access, we are taking that next steps of taking Vanguard into alpha. What we want people to play next is that core alpha experience. It's not something that feels a bit more release ready, a lot more polished version versus what people have been playing in pre-alpha, which is kind of a lot of prototypes and ideas. We want to create something that feels more solid and is a more polished representation of the game that we want to make. So we will be announcing a date at FanFest, but we're aiming for summer this year. We'll be running a Steam playtest, which will be the first playtest of Vanguard as an alpha.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's about it. We'll get back to the other directors for the rest of the sort of EVA-flavored directors chat. It's been great to catch up with you and hear about what's happening with Vanguard. So I'll hand it back over to
nothing.
CCP Swift.
No
and those other
notes.
guys,
Okay.
And you'll be hearing more from this guy at FanFest in a couple of months.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right. Nothing.
All right. Well,
Got
thanks,
it.
CCP Convict and CCP Collins. That was great. Guys, it's been wonderful to chat about the plans for 2026. A little bit of look back at 2025 to remember all the cool stuff that players did. But CCP Okami, CCP Burger, CCP Ritati, really appreciate hanging out. Any last words before we... last words sound so daunting.
Yeah, wow.
Any final words for our chat right here before we go off?
No, this is the best part where we get to talk about the exciting stuff. So thanks for making the space. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see everyone at FanFest and or out in space. So until then, pew, 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 pew.
I think 26 is going to be the best year ever. Like, literally.
Okay.
That's it.
It's a great way to
Hell
start it. Yeah.
Okay, guy who said that 2014 was going to be the year of content. Sorry, I tend to try to not be on the bash CCP Ritati train, but golly, making comments like that at the beginning of every year makes it so much harder. Do I think that there'll be another big invasion of some kind like the Trigs did again, or at least something that resheep New Eden like that? I mean, it depends on how much you consider the Drifter Crisis to be like the invasions. I don't think that we will necessarily see something at like the universal scale that the Triglavians invasions does, but I honestly I hope that they actually... I think it'd be much better if we saw more frequent, smaller things, right? If there's a campaign for the Kaldari to take control over the specific system or something, not something that encompasses everywhere, but like the idea of, and of course there's going to be somebody who complains like, oh, well, if you're not there, then don't worry, you'll get your turn when it's like your thing. I would actually like to see it. I would like to see more things that affect an area of space for various reasons, as opposed to every event being everywhere, right? I want people to move to a constellation for a couple of weeks because there's something going on in that constellation that's so important. The Othanoon campaign, for example, but like doesn't always have to be in faction warfare space. But I want to see more of them, right? This idea that there's one huge thing and it's this like months-long effort and all this stuff, like that's great and all, but that's part of the reason why all these expectations get put on it and why all these demands get put on it. If all the time there's new ones coming out, so the point where there's like maybe even multiple campaigns happening at one time, and they're overlapping, and they're maybe not even related to each other, right? This campaign starts over here, this campaign starts over here, this is going over here, this is going on over here. Like there's things happening. I would honestly like it. I challenge CCP to make it so that there's so many different things going on at any given time that I have to actually make a choice which thing I want to support. Let's stop doing one thing at a time. Let's make it so there's different things going on. So that way different people can all be engaged with their different thing at different times, and make it so that it's like, oh man, do I get involved in the Caldari Galente thing that's happening over here? Or do I get involved with the Drifter thing that's going on with the Amar over here? Or do I get involved with the Itinerary Forge falling apart over a Mimitar over Spit here? Yeah, 2 weeks. I said 2 weeks. I said a campaign should last for 2 weeks originally. Now, who knows what it'll boil down to, but 15 days, 2 weeks, same thing, right? So yeah, like I would much rather see constantly things happening that are a little bit lower stakes than universe shaping all the time. That might be a bit challenging for CCP. Well, that's why like the whole point of this is like AI controllers. Invasions was completely controlled by AI. So, I've talked to CCP about this quite a bit, all the way back to like 2019. From CCP's point of view, what would be optimal is if there is a massive game of Stellaris being played by NPC actors. So each empire, each faction, each group has its own NPC actor or NPC agent that or like AI agent that like manages it, and they have goals, and they have resources, and they have tactics, and they can deploy those to their advantage. And like, so they're all playing this game of Stellaris with each other, and we exist as agents within that world that can influence which way any given thing goes, right? But you're right, it does need to be, it is challenging to CCP. It would make better sense if the NPCs, if the AI makes the decision to start the campaign, right? So I think, and there is some of that, like they've always played around with this, right? Like for instance, what systems get a platform for shipcasters is decided by the AI commander of that faction warfare group, right? Triglavian Invasions was decided by AI actors. In fact, the Triglavian AI actor would make feints. They would do tactics. They would attack a system that they couldn't take in order to divert attention, and then immediately attack a system that they could take to try to be able to take it before the defenders were able to shift their focus over. Like that actually happened. That was the force behind invasions. Anytime anybody tries to tell you that like CCP pre-scripted invasions, they absolutely did not. They had AI, they had two AI playing against each other, the Edencom AI and the Triglavian AI, and they could each make their own invasions, and the Triglavian AI knew what its goals were, and it had a pool of all of the systems that it was allowed to attack, and it made those decisions to the point when CCP Sledgehammer, I think it was, he wakes up one morning and finds out that Niarjo had become the main target. So like the fact that Niarja became the main target directly after Arshat, where the Edencom guys managed to claw back Arshat, the fact that the next day was Niarja was not decided by anyone at CCP. It was decided by an AI actor that was given a priority stack, and it made its decision. So you could do this where like AI can create invasions or create crises or create whatever, and I think that focusing more on that would be more interesting, personally. Also, let's get back to talking about Tash Mercon invading Stain, right? All right, I think this is probably about wrapping things up.
Well, thanks for everyone. Thanks for watching, everyone.
All right, and thank you guys so much. We're going to go to the poll. We saw Caldari was #1 for a long time, and I was about to say that the one like less authoritarian one would be the Mimitar. And now Mimitar is very much in the lead, with Mimitar at 30%, Galente at 27%, Caldari at 23%, and Amar at 20%. Amar used to be one of the most like loved groups by hardcore role players, but obviously it fell off. I find it very interesting that Mimitar won from our little community. I also noticed that we have 30 votes here. There's 30 votes on this video on our question, and there's only 36 likes on the stream, and that hurts my feelings, guys. That means that people are like, this poll that's been up for 16 minutes has less engagement than my entire video that's been up for 4 hours. No. All right. Well, I appreciate it anyways, guys. No. It really does matter. So Mimitar's number 1, Caldari. I was going to ask, while Caldari was the highest, why people are interested in the Caldari. I am interested, but I'm going to just broaden this discussion now to be like in the comments below. And if you're watching this live, come back when it's done and then put it in the comments down below. So that way we can create an ongoing conversation about this. If you chose one of these 4 empires, why? Is it, what about the Caldari do you like? What about the Gallente do you like? What about these things makes you want to support them? That's what I want to know, because that's what fascinates me. But we have a lot coming, and we will be covering it on this stream. This is this YouTube channel has been about maximizing player engagement with EVE Online and increasing player literacy in EVE Online. I've been discussing the lore when nobody else does for over a decade. And you know what? I feel like over and over, or like as time goes on, that has only become more and more valuable to the player base as a whole. I like to think that I am doing my part to contribute to the sandbox and better understanding and making a better EVE Online. And if you agree, it would mean the world to me for you to like the channel, subscribe to the channel for more updates, come onto the Discord and hang out with us, and share this channel with a friend of yours and say, hey man, this guy knows what he's talking about when it comes to EVE Online. I have plenty of other videos, including all of my live streams, which is a wonderful archive of all kinds of lore events and discussions about the mechanics of EVE Online. The poll is useless. Gallente gets all the support by default because we want freedom. I mean, okay. Useless is a strong word. Love the lore videos. Yes. Freedom is cringe. Everything's cringe, guys. Okay. But, we will be back. Probably not tomorrow, but I will be back. I don't know about Thursday, but I'm going to target Friday. Try to either Thursday or Friday. I should be back with another stream. I honestly, I guess we'll be doing more faction warfare. I'm not 100% sure. Keep an eye on the Discord for more news. Also, I do have my second channel, Ashtarothi Decanted, which I have been covering a bunch of other stuff, including the game that I've been super addicted to, Enfield. I might do some more Enfield today, although this has been a very intense stream, so we'll see. Maybe tomorrow. Either way, like I said, keep an eye on the Discord for more information. Also, we are recruiting in EVE and in Raid Shadow Legends. So if either of those games are interesting to you, also Star Wars and PAX Dei. If you play any of those games, please hop in the Discord and consider joining us. We would love to have more friends. I will post the Ashtarothi Decanted channel where I've been posting stuff there. I have been meaning to post more puppy videos. I actually went and recorded more puppy videos, but then like I recorded them vertical because that way like shorts would work, but then it's like horizontal. I fucked it up. I got to keep working on it. I'm going to keep working on it, and they'll be posted onto the Decanted channel as well, or in the supporter channel. So all that kind of stuff. Consider liking or supporting this channel, becoming a member or a patron, and you can get access to the supporter channel in Discord, where I share puppy videos and allow you guys to influence what I talk about next. In fact, this Sunday I'll be putting up a new poll for our members to decide what content we're going to dig into next week, assuming that there's not some big crazy thing between now and then that becomes the new thing that we're focusing on. You can also support the stream by picking up some merch. I have my mug here. I also put in tag some merch down below, I think, so those should be good. Shorts are vertical. Yeah, no, I recorded it vertical, but then like the video itself, here, I think I can show you. So like I recorded it vertical, but then when I switch it to vertical, it got confused. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to edit it to rotate it. My phone didn't do it automatically, so I'm sorry guys. I'm working on it. I know you guys love my puppy. I love my puppy too. She's the best. And by the way, please, so much like if extra super chats and stuff goes directly to treats and wonderful things for her as well, and the guineas, like the stream for the guineas, all that sort of stuff, blah blah blah. But all that said, I've been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about since 2012, and I'm here to put Eve into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for coming and checking out the stream, hanging out with us, talking about all this stuff, giving me your opinions, especially you guys who disagree with me as much. I actually really appreciate it. My positions aren't solid. I love talking with people, especially people that don't agree with me. Help me out. It makes interesting conversations, so I really, really appreciate it. But I also want to give, of course, my top shout out to my Immortal tier supporters, 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Elite, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Michael, Elam, LM1, Sheesh, Susro, Thrans, and Rid. Thank you all so much. Oh, my puppy was right here. They want to say hi to you one more time. Oh, well. Pause the video for one last time. Okay, hold on.
Really appreciate it, and look forward to
Paused it. All right. All I said, I've been Ashrathi, the voice of New Eden. Until next time, I'll see you in space. Where's my closing? Oh, no. There it is.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city